good evening, and welcome to another readings night with myself, the Mystic Witch, i.e. Lady Moonlight, for another card of the day and readings for 7 people. Hello, Stephen. Hello, Linda. Hello, Kaylee. Hello, Staffy. Okay, people are starting to jump on. So welcome everyone. Hello, hello. Hello, Danny. Hello, Thond. Hello, Molly. Hello, Lily. Hello, Kelly. Okay, we got people just hopping on. So I'm going to, for the benefit of people who haven't seen my lives or don't know who I am, I'm Mystic Witch, i.e. Lady Moonlight. Hello, Kelly. Thank you for the likes. And welcome to everyone who's jumping on. Hello, Dee Dee. Hello, Jackie Boy. Hello, Kelly. Lots of people coming on. So for those that don't know me, I'm the Mystic Witch. I've been communicating with spirit since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. My physical sight isn't great. Hello. Hello, Rebecca. So I have got a very acute third eye, which has enabled me to be able to communicate with spirit since a very young age, even though I have very little physical sight. I actually had no sight when I was born till I was about 5 years old, but I was able to see spirit very clearly. And then later on in adulthood, about 10 years ago, I had a cataract operation and lost even more sight, and I was deemed registered blind. But I've never allowed my disability to stop me doing what I love best. And I've always helped people through healing, through guidance. I'm an indigo, starseed, but I'm also a traditional witch. So I've been helping people with healing, readings, and advice, etc., for as long as I can remember. Hello, Kelly. Hi, Max. Hello, lovely to see everybody. Hello, Puppets or Paw Puppets. Hello, Sarah. Lovely. Thank you so much for the likes and the hearts. You are all amazing. So what I normally do is normally every 2 nights I come on here and I do a card of the day, which is a general card for everyone. And then I ask everyone to share their emojis after the card of the day. Because I don't have very good vision, it's easier for me to be drawn to different emojis, i.e. colors, shapes, etc. And then I just pick 7 emojis, and those 7 people get a reading tonight. Now, if you're not picked for one of the 7, I do have a readings list on my profile page that's open to everyone. And all you need to do is go to that post and comment card, please. I add you to my readings list, and every day I will do 3 to 5, sometimes more, mini readings on my profile. And then I tag you in your reading when I get to your name on the list, if that makes sense. Hello, Annalise. Lovely to meet you. Hello, Penny Pugo. Hello, Miss Jenny. Hello, Kelly. Thank you so much. Max, everyone says that. Everyone I meet says that. Even when I'm meeting people in person, for some reason they're kind of like drawn to me, and they always have been. That's been the story of my life. I've had a lot of people say I have a soothing voice. A lot of people have tried my meditations on YouTube and found that the meditations work for them for different things. If it's for grounding, I do a grounding one. Every Sunday I do a meditation, a guided meditation night here on TikTok, and anyone's welcome to come along and join me as I teach how to get the best out of your meditations. There is a special technique that I teach freely, and it can help you to get better results from your meditation. A lot of people have said to me when they meditate, they can't shut their mind down. They find that, they start off well, and then they start thinking about what they need to do the next day, or what they have to do before bed, and things like that. And I get it. I totally get it, right? Because our human brain is very, very focused on what it has to do next. And it's very hard to shut it down. But I do teach a method on how to relax the body and also still the mind, so that the mind can then better go into a meditative state, and you get far better results from the meditations. So that's kind of, hello, Witch in the Willow. Hello, Robocop. I have had a really good day, thank you. I've been doing little mini readings today, and doing a little bit of housework in between, and spending time with my partner. So yeah, it's been a really productive day. Hello, Adam. Hello, Fish Lady. Hello, hello. Hello, Ragdolly Sally. Lovely to see you again. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the likes, everyone. Okay, before I start with the card of the day and then picking the 7, one thing I do want to say is a huge, massive, massive, massive thank you to absolutely everyone that has liked, commented, shared my videos and posts, because without your help, I would never have reached 3K followers today. I'm blown away, literally blown away. I have been doing readings on Facebook for many years, and also over on Instagram, and I've shared those on my Lady Moonlight YouTube page. But never in my wildest dreams have I ever had 3K followers until I came over here to TikTok. And I have to say, I have met the most amazing people and met new friends through TikTok. So I didn't want to start this live without saying a massive, massive, massive thank you to absolutely everyone who's made it possible for me to have 3K followers. I'm just amazed. Oh, thank you, Witch in the Willows. Hello, Adam. I'm a spiritual reader, but I use cards to get more information. I'm not a tarot reader or an oracle reader. Tarot readers follow the rules with the cards. I get messages from Spirit, but I use the cards as a guide to gain extra messages from Spirit, if that makes sense. So I literally don't follow tarot rules, and I don't follow the oracle rules. And I've had quite a few arguments in the past with tarot readers that will say to me, that card doesn't mean that. The rule book says it doesn't mean that. No, maybe the rule book doesn't say. But I'm a starseed. I'm an indigo child. I don't follow man-made rules. I never have, never will. Even in COVID, I don't do chemicals. I won't put anything with chemicals in my hair or in my skin or on my skin, etc. It took me 55 years to be able to search for a company that did makeup, skincare, and herbal supplements that didn't have any chemicals in it. You'd be surprised at the nasty chemicals that are in most of your products, including your soaps, your shampoos, even your face wipes, etc. They are so harmful to you. Even your pharmaceutical stuff. There are hidden chemicals in them as well. And of course the government don't tell you. Thank you for the daisies. So of course during the whole COVID, I had people saying to me, have you had the vaccine? No. Will you ever get the vaccine? No. I use a natural supplement called Shield, which builds your immune system. And if you've got a really, really tough immune system, by using natural herbs, you ain't going to get COVID. You're not going to get any viruses. You're not going to get any colds or flus. I can't even remember the last time I had a really bad cold or flu. Hey, hi. Welcome, Jolene. Lovely to see you. Isn't it just, do you know what? You're right, it is. Hello, Anne-Marie, welcome. It is. Even your shampoos and conditioners, if you read the ingredients on your shampoos and conditioners, there are two nasties in them that you've got to watch out for. Paraben and sulfate. The only reason they put parabens and sulfate in your shampoos, sometimes in your soaps as well, is to preserve the shelf life of the product. But what it does, especially in your shampoo, how many people wash their hair? And then once they've washed their hair, they find lots of hair in the bath. And you're forever pulling. Who can relate to that? You wash your hair in the shower or the bath. You empty the bath and you've got all the hair and you're pulling out hair from the faucet, the actual plug hole. Can anybody relate to that? Hi from Norway. Good question. Yes. Wherever possible, I will opt for herbal. Always. If I take pharmaceutical medicines, I get sick. I think it's just because I'm kind of like a spiritual being having a human existence, and I just don't take well to chemicals. If I use something chemical on my skin, I really get red and blotchy, etc., etc., and it's horrible. It's not nice. Yep. Yeah, so, okay. Have you ever wondered why, when you're washing your hair, which should be the most natural thing in the world, that you get all this hair in the plug hole? Parabens and sulfates is your culprit, right? They're a chemical that preserve the life of your shampoos and your conditioners. But what they actually do over an amount of time is they smother your hair follicles. Okay? And eventually what happens is, if the follicles get totally smothered, and no amount of washing can take these parabens and sulfates out. So they smother your hair follicles, and the follicles die, and your hair falls out when you wash it. Right? It's one of the most leading problematic hair loss, and it's because of the parabens and sulfates in your shampoos and conditioners. I'm saying this, and probably half of the people watching here are running to their bathroom, having a look at their shampoos and conditioners to see if it's got parabens and sulfates. So I use paraben and sulfate-free shampoos and conditioners. The one that I love is one that I found on Amazon, and it's a small family that makes it, and it's called Foret. Foret, and you get large bottles of the Foret shampoo and conditioner. There are no nasties in there. There is just plain herbal shampoo and conditioner, and it does for every type of hair as well. Also, if you use plastic or metal hairbrushes and combs, you're damaging your hair, because it's too harsh for the hair strands, and it can cause split ends or dry ends. As you can see, I have nice shiny hair, and it's because of the parabens and sulfates. The hairbrush that I use is, I don't know if I've got my one here, is a boar hairbrush. It's natural boar hair. And no, with boar hairbrushes, they don't kill live boars to get the boar hairs. The boars die naturally, and then they use the actual boar hairs. So why use boar hair? One, the Victorian ladies used boar hairbrushes all of the time, because at the end of the little boar hairs there is little yellow hairs. Those yellow hairs, what they do is, did you know that everyone has their own unique conditioner already built into their scalp? Right? We all have natural conditioner. Parabens and sulfate strip that natural conditioner out of our hair because of the chemicals in it. However, when you use a boar hairbrush, every time you brush your hair with the boar hair, from scalp down to tip, the yellow tips of the boar hair brushes collects the natural oil from your scalp, and then you're just running the brush. If I get my boar hair brush, I will show you what I mean. So this is my boar hair brush. I'm going to take some of the hair that has doesn't need to be in there. So this is a boar hair brush. My one has the dark hairs are the boar hairs, and these are not plastic, these are nylon ends, and it's because I have long hair. If you've got short hair, you can have a pure boar hair without the nylon ends. But I choose the nylon ends one because it actually helps run the brush through your hair. So as you're brushing your hair from scalp, well, from top to bottom, I don't know if you'll see this, you'll see that the more that I brush, the shinier the hair becomes. Can you see that? I don't know if you can see that. So if I'm just taking my time through it, I'm not rushing the brush through it. So you can see this is the bit that I've already brushed. And this is the bit that still needs brushed a little bit. So I'm going to do this bit. I'm not rushing the brush through, I'm just taking my time to allow the brush to pick up the natural oils in your hair and pop them through. And look at that. You have, compared to this side, so this is the side that hasn't been brushed since sort of midday, and this is the side that has been. And you can tell that each time you brush it, can you see the shine on that? If you can see that mirror shine. And it's because it's picking up all of the oils in your hair. Now, isn't it great? Yeah. Now, if you brush your hair this way, and you brush it for many times, it will straighten your hair. It will naturally straighten your hair if you brush it like this. Can you see how straight that is getting? So I don't need to use any straighteners on this. If I want really, really straight hair, I just keep brushing. Which is why the Victorian ladies brush their hair 100 times with a bow hairbrush. Can you see how straight that is getting? So the more that I brush it, the straighter my hair becomes if I wanted straight hair. But what if I wanted to add a little bit of volume to my hair, right? Yeah. Isn't it mad? It is. And it's just a brush. It is just the brush that does that. It's crazy. But what if I didn't want to have it so flat. I didn't want to have it so straight. No problem. What you do is you take your hair and you pop it over like this. You take the brush from the nape of your neck all the way down, like so. As you can see, look how shiny that is. But you're kind of back brushing all of that hair from the back to the front, like so. And then all you're going to do is take your hair, flip it back, like so, and just finger comb it. And you have got as much or as little volume in your hair as you want. Now you can lightly brush that volume at the top to add a little bit of shine to it, if you so wanted to. And then later on, if you wanted to go from a volume look to a flat look again, no problem. Simply take your brush and brush, like so. And it's going to make it more sleek for you. So you just keep brushing. Now these brushes will last you at least 3 to 5 years because they all have wood at the back. If you look after them and clean them on a regular basis, they're going to last you a good number of years before you have to change your brush. But you can see the more that I'm brushing it, the flatter, and look at that shine. I don't know if the light will catch it, but look at the shine that you get out of a boar hair brush. So the boar hair is conditioning your hair with your very own unique conditioner that is already in your scalp. And that is how I brush my hair every day. There is not one metal comb or one plastic comb in our home. I just refuse to use plastic or metal combs because it dries out the hair follicles. Also, did you know that if you want to communicate better with spirit, have you ever wondered why Native Americans have long hair? Yeah, I know, aren't they great? I know. Do you know what? You can get these brushes on Amazon. Anyone can get on Amazon. Make sure they are real boar hair brushes. What you're looking for when you buy the brush, you need to make sure that it has little yellow hairs at the tips of the black boar hair. All right. So where this nylon pins ends, these are your boar hairs, and there should be little yellow tips on the hairs. That's how you know it's a real boar hair brush. BOAR. And they should have a wooden back to them, no plastics. It should have a natural wooden back. They come in paddle brush, or they come in round brushes, depending on what brush you usually would normally use. But I get mine on Amazon. This one is a Sossoon one, Sossoon, Sossoon. If I do use a comb, I always use a natural wooden comb. However, also, when you've just washed your hair, how many people brush their hair from when they first wash their hair? How many people brush their hair from top to bottom? Oh, you're more than welcome. How many brush their hair from top to bottom? Hi, Ruby. Thank you. We kind of got on the topic of brushing hair. I don't know how we got there, but we got on the topic of hair brushing. So I've been talking about boar hair brushes. Okay, so the people who brush their hair from top to bottom, that's absolutely fine once you've initially brushed your hair. When I get up in the morning, especially having long hair like I do, my hair is all over the place unless I tie it up or do a braid in it or something. But normally I just leave my hair as it is. So what I tend to do is I will split my hair in two because it's so long. And then I take my boar hair brush and I start at the end of my hair and I will brush the ends. And then I'll go further up, and further up. And then I'll do the same on this side. Ends, further up, further up, further up. The reason I don't go straight from the top to the bottom, if you can imagine, if you've got a knot here, a knot here, and a knot here, you're going to take your brush down. That first knot is going to slip down to the next knot. And then you take it further down. You're going to get into tucks here. Then you're going to take it further down. And the more you brush down the way, the more knots gather together. And when you have children with long hair and they squeal when they see the brush, it's because the mums kind of go, come here, and they do this, don't they? and their hair gets tuggy and they don't like the tugs and the tugs are painful. You can avoid that. You can absolutely avoid that. So you start with the brush here. So if there's a tug at the bottom, the tug slides out. Then if there's a tug at the middle bit, the tug slides out because there's nothing underneath it. If you tug then, the tug slides out your hair. No more tears for kids with long hair. My grandchildren hated their mum brushing their hair because they had long hair. They always said, we need to go to Gran's because Gran does it without hurting our hair. And that's exactly how I was able to brush my grandkids' hair without them screaming and running a mile from the hairbrush. So once you've got all the tugs out, yes, then you can start brushing your hair from root to tip. No, you haven't missed the readings. Yep, bottom to top always. Hello, Kirsty Buckle. I think the list that you were on, was that not the list for my profile? The profile list one. Hello, Tracy. We were just talking about the benefits of boar hair brushing rather than using plastic combs or plastic brushes. Any plastics, comb or brushes in your hair is the most leading source of split ends. Whereas if you use a boar hair brush, because it's natural boar hair, it's going to leave your hair shiny at the roots and it's not going to dry your hair out. Metal combs, metal brushes rip your hair and again can cause split ends. I've never had to cut my hair because I don't get split ends with the boar hair brush. Whereas when I was younger, my mum had the plastic brushes and the plastic and metal combs, and oh my god, I had split ends and had to get my hair cut. I hate getting my hair cut. I will not get my hair cut now. And did you know as well, the longer your hair, the better communication you have with spirit. If you think of all the strands in your hair as antennas, right? Each strand is like a radio antenna and it picks up energies, universal energies, including spirit energies. How many of us have felt tingles on our head, like somebody is kind of like baby fingers on our head, or we feel somebody has touched our hair, but when we look, nobody has touched our hair. So how can that be? It's because spirit will touch your hair, enable for you to know that they are there. And if they're touching your hair near the crown, that's when you're going to get the tingles. So if you get tingles at the top of your crown, you've got loved ones communicating with you, or just giving you a gentle tap on your crown. Yeah. There you go. If you get that all the time, chances are loved ones in spirit are trying to communicate with you. It's one of the reasons indigenous people, especially the Native American people, hate to cut their hair. And if they do cut their hair, they'll cut it from the bottom and just cut very small pieces. And that's out of respect for the dying. So if they lose a mom or they lose an auntie or a grandmother, especially a grandmother who's known as an elder, they will cut their hair out of a piece of their hair out of respect for the dyeing. But other than that, they won't cut their hair. They never cut their hair. And that's why you will find that most really spiritual cultures have long hair. Hello, Carrie. Okay, the video that you commented on earlier on, that's the readings for my profile. What happens with that is if you leave your name on that video, I put you on a readings list. This is my book with the readings list, and all the names on that list get added here. As you can see, I've done quite a lot. As I go through them, I kind of score them off. Let me have a look. And there you go. There's Kirsty Buckle. Your name is on that list. So what I do every day, if I've got a spare half an hour or so, or an hour, I'll go to the first name on the list. I do a little mini reading on my profile page and I tag your name on it. Then I go to the next one, do a little mini reading and tag your name in it, and so forth. And then I cross you off the list once you've got your name. So that's why a lot of, on my profile, you'll see a lot of little mini readings. So you are definitely on this list. The readings list that I do live, I draw that every night. That's a separate list. And it's just to make things fair, make it fair for everybody that comes onto my lives. Because obviously if everybody wanted to put the name on the list before I do my lives, then there's going to be a lot of people coming to watch my lives that will never get a reading. So what I tend to do is I do a card of the day, which is a general card for everyone. And then I go and ask everybody to share images on the screen. And as they share the images, I'm drawn to whatever images I'm drawn to. And I pick 7. And they're the 7 that get a reading. And if anyone doesn't manage to get added to the list tonight, I'm back tomorrow night as well. All this week, I am doing readings every night. Usually they're every second night. But because my followers have grown in numbers, and I know a lot of people have loved to join in with these readings. So I wanted to do something, give something back to all of you. So I've decided I'm going to do a readings night all this week. So I will be here every week at night picking 7 names, as well as doing a card of the day. Now, this video is always saved. My lives are always saved to my Lady Moonlight YouTube channel and the Spiritual World of the Mystic Witch Facebook group. So a lot of people can't stay for the whole video because I take my time with the readings. So they know if they're on my readings list for the live and they have to go to bed because maybe they're up in the morning or whatever, they know they can go to my YouTube channel and look up the date of the reading and they'll find their reading on there, if that helps. Yes, definitely. And all of my social media links, including my Facebook, my TikTok, my Instagram, and my YouTube channels are on my website, along with my store where you can find all the natural products that I use. I don't buy off the shop counters because they've got the parabens and sulfates in, and I can't use any of that. So I now I'm part of a wonderful brand. It's a multi-brand company, and they have the best natural products out there, whether it's natural lashes, whether it's herbal remedies, whether it's skincare, makeup. We even do a paraben, sulfate, and um, chemical-free deodorant. It hasn't got any aluminum in this. Most deodorants have aluminum, and it's really, 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 really bad. If you imagine, we shave under here, and when we're shaving under our armpits, we sometimes nick ourselves, right? And it also, shaving also exfoliates the skin, so it's leaving the skin, the pores open. And then if you're using a deodorant that's got aluminum in it, which is a nasty chemical, as well as parabens and sulfate, again, two nasties in there. You imagine you've just shaved, the pores are open. You're going to get your deodorant, right? Spray or roll on with the parabens in it and the aluminum in it. And you're going to put it under your armpit. What's under the skin? Your lymph glands, right? All those chemicals are getting into your lymph glands, right? What's closest to your lymph glands? Especially for ladies, the breasts. And recent studies have shown a link to aluminum and breast cancer. And it completely makes sense, because when you're shaving and that aluminum is getting into not only your lymph glands and not only into your breast tissue, but it's getting into your bloodstream as well. And over many years, you're polluting your body with these chemicals. And then it's one of the reasons for the rise in breast cancer, especially in women, but also men get breast cancer as well. So I love it that I use my Freedom deodorant. No parabens, no sulfate, no aluminum. This is paper. Once it's finished, I can put it in the paper bin and recycle it. This is paper. Again, I can recycle it. The only plastic part to it is this bit. So I can recycle that in the plastics as well. But the actual deodorant is 100% chemical free. And I can use this, keeps me dry all day. Has a very light lavender smell to it. So even guys can use this. In fact, my partner often uses this because it doesn't leave a very strong lavender smell. So this one's Magic Lavender, it's called. I absolutely love it, and I won't trade it for nothing. And it's actually called Freedom. Freedom from chemicals. So be careful with the deodorants that you're using, ladies. Oh, thank you. I need to get them done. I'm getting them redone tomorrow. Because of the supplements that I use, my nails grow like crazy. They honestly do. So I need to get my infills done. But I've had these for about a month. They've lasted me a month. I love my Richie nails. So I'm going to get another design tomorrow and get the infills done. But yeah, I do love my nails. Yep, I like my stars and moons. So these have actually been painted, hand painted on by the wonderful salon that does my nails. They're a Chinese company, and the Chinese are fantastic. They use a lot of natural stuff, which I love. And I find that their nails do last a super, super long time. I'm a natural witch. I'm in the garden all the time. I'm doing my housework all the time. I'm doing spell work all the time. And these have never broken once, not once. So I love them. Oh, thank you. Yeah, everybody says they love my energy. I think it's because I'm just a starseed. How a lot of people have said to me, how do I know if I'm a starseed? How do I know if I'm an indigo? If all your life you felt you don't belong on this planet, or that you're different from everybody else, or you see the world differently, then chances are you're a starseed or indigo child. If you're always, if you're always looking at the sky, the universe, you can communicate with spirit, etc., chances are you're a starseed. We are actually universal souls living, we are actually universal spirits living a human existence. And there are more and more of us because Mother Earth is dying because of the pollution and the very chemicals that man are using. And the universe has said, right, okay, we need to send in the big guns. Usually, not just Earth, but any planets that are in peril because of misuse. Then starseeds, indigo children, are born into this world. And we know from an early age that we're not like everybody else. I even have unique eyes, and a lot of people have commented on that. Also makes us a target for bullying when we're younger because we look different, or we sound different, or there's something about us. Many years ago, when many witches were burned to the stake or drowned or whatever, most of them were herbalists, or most of them were witches, or healers like myself. But the more that they kill us off, the universe just sends more of us. And we know things without knowing how we know. And that's how you know you're an indigo. Yes. Any ringing or buzzing that you get in your ear from time to time, yes. It's spirit communicating with you or trying to get your attention. What star system, solar system do I belong to? I'm not attached to any one particular, but just universal souls. We just belong universal energy. We travel different realms. We can astral travel. We can communicate with spirit in different spirit realms. We can meditate. We can teach how to meditate, how to communicate with spirit. But most of all, we try and do what we can to teach people about the chemicals that are killing our planet. Yep. Spirit will play quite happily with your electronics. They will, if you think about electrical current, right, that's energy. Our brains work with electrical current, right? Turn off the electrical current in our brains, we go brain dead, right? So spirit love to tap themselves, or to, you know, especially if they're low energy spirits. So yes, they can flicker lights. Some of the spirits that we have in this old bungalow that we live in turn the lights on and off. They close doors. The other night, I have a big steel drum which I keep in this case. It is really, really heavy, and I keep it on my Reiki table, because my Reiki table is wide enough to hold it securely onto the side of the Reiki table. And I was in the other room and I heard this massive thump. My meditation drum was in the middle of the floor in here. But I've had, my partner used to do a lot of video recording. He loves paranormal investigations. So he had a nighttime or a night vision video camera. And every night he would leave the video camera on in certain rooms. And one morning he woke up, his camera was fried. It never worked again. While the video camera was filming all through the night, Spirit tapped into that energy and basically fried his camera. So they can, if you put your music onto shuffle, if you have over 2,000 songs or 200 songs on a playlist, that's enough to Spirit to shuffle songs. So when you put your music system onto shuffle, Spirit can use that electronic gadget to flick to a certain song, and they can communicate with you through your music systems as well. I know if I put my music system on shuffle and certain songs come on straight away, even though they're shuffled, I know it's my mom or I know it's my dad, because there's certain songs that they communicate to say, here I am, I'm here with you. My partner calls it Ghost in the Machine. And we're always playing music. We don't watch television because a lot of politics can brainwash you. And I haven't watched television since I left my ex-abuser 8 years ago. And I moved in with my wonderful partner and soulmate. And thank goodness he was in the same mindset as me. We don't have the television on. It's always, the only time we have television on is if we're playing music through YouTube or through Spotify. Yep, lights, yep. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Flora. You know, if we're feeling down, Spirit can put an upbeat song on that totally changes your mood. Exactly. You know, they know because they're always watching us. They know what mood we're in. So they can change and adapt the music to be able to, because the last thing Spirit want is you to be annoyed. But yes, if you feel tingling on your head, the lights flicker, you know, things go bump in the night, you know, maybe the phone battery or the battery on your phone or your tablet dies, even though you've fully charged it, chances are Spirit are trying to boost their energy through your electronics. Oh, you're more than welcome. Yes, I've been communicating with Spirit since I was a little girl. Yeah. How many people have had random thoughts? You know, say, I'm going to give you an example. You write a shopping list. So you get your notepad and you get your pen and you're writing bread, milk, oranges, bananas, potatoes. I've got to phone my mum. It's important. And you stop for a second, you think, wait a minute, where did that come from? I'm writing my list, and all of a sudden, in my thoughts, not words, not actual physical words or vocal words, but your thought that you get a random thought that doesn't coincide with the thoughts that you already have. But you kind of get, how can I go from bananas and potatoes to I have to phone my mum? Quite simply, you're writing your list. There may be something wrong with your mum. Spirit want you to know, so they're going to interrupt your shopping list and put that thought in your head. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Sean. So, spirit can communicate with us through our thoughts. It's just a case of being able to process your thoughts. What are actually your thoughts, and what just, why did I think that? Why did that come into my head when I was doing a shopping list? Or why did, or if you're talking to somebody and you maybe get a name, tell us such and such, tell us such and such, and you're thinking, oh, and we shrug it off, right? We're kind of saying, where did that come from? And we shrug it off, right? It's exactly how I work when I'm doing my reading. Sometimes I'll pick a card of the day, or sometimes I do my 7 names at night, every night. And during that card pull, because I'm communicating constantly with Spirit, Spirit know who's watching my lives. And they will come rushing in, and I will get names, or I will get random messages through my thoughts, and then I just shout them out. And if anybody can take them, then all fair and well. And if they can't, it doesn't matter, because sometimes they might have come in for somebody that's watching the live, but that person's been in and out, if that makes sense. Yeah. And this is what I was talking about earlier on about brainwashing, right? Other people trying to influence you to believe in their beliefs. Both my parents were churchgoers. They were Protestant churchgoers, and we were sent to Sunday school every Sunday as kids. And I would be sitting at the back of the Sunday class or Bible class or whatever, and I would be listening to the Bible stories, but at the same time, Spirit were telling me their version. And the Bible stories meant nothing to me, absolutely nothing. I couldn't make head nor tail of them. So I preferred the stories that Spirit were telling me. About gods and goddesses and the universe and the earth and the chemicals and the herbs, etc. All of this. I found that more interesting than listening to the Bible. But I appreciated that this was my mum's belief, this was my father's belief. And I respected their belief, but when I was old enough, I turned away from the church, and my church is the woods or the seaside or nature. Dreams are so important. Never ever dismiss your dreams. Spirit can leave us messages in dreams. And sometimes we can see things in the future through our dreams, things that haven't happened yet. A lot of people will tell me they can't remember their dreams, to write their dreams down. And when I actually sit with them and I'll say, okay, put me through your routines, what you do at night, when you get up in the morning, when do you write down your dreams? Do you have a dream journal at the side of your bed? 9 out of 10 times, no, they don't have a dream journal at the side of the bed. They keep their dream journal in the lounge or in the kitchen or anywhere but the side of the bed. So the one mistake that they are making is, before we get out of bed, our dreams are fresh in our mind. The minute you set foot on the floor, head to the kitchen, put the kettle on, jump in the shower, the brain suddenly goes, okay, I'm up, I'm awake, right, okay, what's the agenda for today? Oh yes, kettle on, coffee, shower, whatever, sitting with the coffee, right, I'll remember my dreams. By this time, your brain is on to the next agenda for the day. To heck with the dreams, right? The dream has gone. It's disappeared. And you might get tiny fragments, remembering tiny fragments of it. But the brain has already started running for the day, right? So it knows that you've got the breakfast to make, the kids to get to school, shopping to do, etc., work to go to. The last thing it's going to remember or pick up on is your dreams. So it's vitally important that the minute your eyes are open, grab your dream journal and your pen and write down whatever you remember. Doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense. Doesn't matter if it's mixed, mashed dreams. You dream about a house and then that dream changes into a seaside or it changes into a person. Write all those fragments down. Everything that you remember, write down, even if it doesn't make sense. And then the next night, do the same thing. Write it down. And then once a week or once a fortnight, read back everything that you've written. You will be amazed at what you read, because those little tiny fragments that don't make sense fit together like a jigsaw puzzle. And it reads a wonderful story. And that story is the message that Spirit wants to leave you. That's a good question, and it's quite complicated, because I instinctively know how to detangle dream codes. I call them dream codes. Everything in our dreams are coded, and it's usually to protect us or protect other spirits from kind of seeing our dreams or whatever, or seeing our messages. It takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of research. You can Google dreams, I guess, is one way. A lot of people will send me their dreams for me to defragment. I'll give you an example. One of my dreams that I had last night was that I was in an old house and everything was perfect. The stairs, each room was perfect. I had built this house to perfection. It was how I wanted it to be. And I woke up one morning and I was going down the stairs. There was planks of wood missing from the stairs. And I had to fix them, because if my grandchildren came over, they would fall into the gaps. And every day something else was broken in the house and I had to fix it. So when I woke up this morning, I wrote it in my dream journal and I looked back at it and I'm thinking, okay, what's going on here? And then I look at my own life here, my physical life that I live here. Okay? My ex and his family, including my daughter, are all child abusers. And they abused my grandchildren. And when I was trying to help my grandchildren, they banned me from seeing my grandkids so that I couldn't protect them. That was the one thing. The second thing was my daughter tried to report absolutely everything that I was doing on Facebook so that I would lose my Facebook account. She tried 4 times in 1 year and eventually succeeded, and I lost my original Facebook account. Even though I appealed all of the complaints. What my daughter did was, because it was an abuse ring that she was in, including her father, he was the ringleader of it all, they all put in complaints. So there were so many complaints that Facebook banned my account for life. Now on that account, I had all my childhood memories, my photos, everything on that account. And no matter how much I appealed for that account, I lost absolutely everything. My ex, before I left him, burned my personal family album, which had my mom, my dad, all my family's photos in it. All my memories from when I was young are up here now. So they were basically trying to steal my identity, to ruin my online work, the work that I did. And they stole my grandchildren from me, right? Because I was trying to keep them safe. Now take all of that back to the dream that I had last night, right? The house that I built to perfection, that kept on getting chipped away at, broken. And I had to fix everything as soon as it was broken to keep my grandkids safe. Add all of that up. 8 years on, yes, my ex's family are still trying to find me on social media to destroy my work. Good luck on that one on TikTok, because let me tell you, you guys are amazing. You support me 1000%. You know, and TikTok's my home now. But I could have just gave up on Facebook when I lost my Facebook account. I didn't. I made another one up. And then they tried again, and I made another one up. And I kept coming back. And my grandkids know what my YouTube channel is. And because I can see into the future, I had already told my grandkids before they were banned from seeing me that their parents were going to ban me from seeing them. But when they were 17 or 18, they were more than welcome to come and visit me anytime that they want. Their parents don't know that. Neither do their parents know that my grandkids know where my Lady Moonlight channel is, because they love my music, my music playlists on there. So I will always talk about the abuse, and I will always say in my videos how much I love my grandkids. It's my way of getting messages across to my grandkids without their parents knowing. So my grandkids, I know that when they are old enough, they can come and visit me. They don't need their parents' consent. So you see how you can take a dream and you can break that dream down. What does that dream mean? And how can I use that? Oh, thank you. Yes, I always keep fighting. Yes, if you have more darker dreams than you have good dreams, yes, you have blockages, or you don't have that. There may be a portal open in your home, or you've left your third eye unprotected, etc., or you're not wearing protection. I always wear a crystal. Um, I always have my pentagram: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. A lot of people think the pentagram is evil and represents the devil or Satan. No, that's what Christians want pagans to people to believe. But the 5 stars, the 5 points of the pentacle, represents spirit, earth, air, fire, and water, natural elements. The circle around it is life is eternal. The seasons are eternal. Our life is eternal. We are born, we live our lives, we pass over onto spirit, and then we are reborn again. Hello, Claire. Hello, Sapphire Blue. Oh, you're more than welcome. Okay. Hello, Jessie. Hello, Colette. Hello, you fave Gemini. Hello. Okay, the dream about the car. That's an interesting one, right? The car and the bag being full of cockroaches, right? Cockroaches will never go into a tidy place, i.e., if you've got a clean home, or there's no rubbish in your home or your car, etc., you'll never get cockroaches or any sort of insects in that. Cockroaches usually go for like old food and stuff, which is why a lot of unclean kitchens have cockroaches in them, because they maybe have little grains of food that they haven't washed off the floor or their work surfaces. So cockroaches will go to something that's untidy or unclean. So it could be, ask yourself, okay, when was the last time I really gave my car or my handbag a good tidy out, right? Because let's face it, ladies, everything goes into our handbags, right? Car tickets, bus tickets, receipts, whatever. And we just keep piling them in. Or, if you've got kids in the car and you give them snacks, where does the plastic cups and the rubbish go, right? Usually on the floor or whatever. So maybe your dream is telling you it's time to valet your car. Give it a good vacuum, do the windows in and out, etc. And maybe you've got a lot of clutter build up in your purse that you need to then clear out. Especially if you're anything like me, sometimes I go in my bag and I can't find anything. Can't find anything because I've crammed so much stuff in it. And every so often I know that it's time to clear out my bag. Hello. No problem. Thank you, P30. Yep. The dream. The dream about playing a game called, a scary game called Manhunt. Watch your circle of friends, right? Be wary of your circle of friends is the message in that dream. Because there's somebody in your circle of friends that comes as a friend that's actually going around your friends telling untruth and basically stirring the cauldron. right? So somebody in your circle of friends who comes as a friend isn't really a true friend. I call them the friend that smiles to your face but has a dagger behind their back. So I hope that that helps. Thank you so much for the likes, everyone. Okay, I would love to answer all of your questions, but we'd be here all night and then I wouldn't get through all the readings. So I'm going to do the card of the day and then we're going to pick 7 names for readings tonight. There you go. There you go, your fave Gemini. That's exactly what your dream was telling you then. Okay, so I'm going to use my Old Faithful deck for the card of the day, which is a general card that I'm hoping will relate to everyone. And Spirit have asked me to use animal cards for the 7 readings. So let's shuffle my Old Faithful cards first and let's go with the card of the day. And then we can get right into choosing 7 names for readings tonight. Hello, Debbie, and welcome. How are you? Thank you for the roses, everyone. Colette, I'm so glad you've made it as well. Okay, so let's shuffle the cards for the card of the day and then we will get into, we've been talking about everything. That's why I haven't started the readings list yet. We've been talking about hair care, chemicals, dreams. We kind of got sidetracked, but that's kind of what I do sometimes. I'm doing good, thank you. Yep, definitely. Dreams are never wrong. Oh, I'm glad you never fell asleep either. Okay, so let's shuffle the cards and see what today's card of the day is. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves if you like while I'm shuffling cards, because I do miss comments when I'm shuffling and concentrating on my cards, but I know that if Tracy is still there, she picks up. Tracy knows me very, very well, and she picks up any questions that I tend to miss. You're more than welcome. Okay, so let's see what card of the day that we have. And as I'm shuffling the card of the day, there's a lady coming in from Spirit who is called Jenny. Her name was Jenny, but she was often called Jen. So if anyone can recognize the name Jenny, but was often called Jen from Spirit, please let me know. Okay. Hi, Aldomac. No problem. It doesn't matter if nobody can take the names. I just shout out the names. If somebody can take them, somebody can take them. But if not, they could have just come in when somebody else was just passing through the live. But that's okay. Thank you for the roses. Okay, so the card of the day today is a world, which I love, especially after the new full moon that we had last night. I was absolutely disappointed because it was cloudy here and I didn't get to see the supermoon. And yet, the night before, there was not a cloud in the sky and I got a clear view of her. I could have taken a photo then, but she wasn't full. I know her name is Jenny. She also got called Jen. I'm not sure whether she also got called Ginny. Okay, she's saying Jen or Ginny. Very few people, there was a few people called her Jen, but she was also known as Jen, Jenny, or Ginny. Is your nan in spirit? Because this lady is in spirit. Good evening. You're more than welcome, Debbie. I hope it helped. Hello, I am Bengal. Ah, Melissa, okay. Okay. This Jenny's connected to white flowers. She's showing me white flowers. Why is she showing me white flowers? I'm not sure why she's showing me white flowers. I feel these white flowers are significant to this Jenny or Jen or Ginny. Yes. Can you place the white lilies? Why is she showing me these lilies? She's showing me the white lilies. Not so sure about the orange ones, but there's something about white lilies. These flowers, the lilies that she's showing me are white. Yep. There isn't any orange in them. Sometimes white, when they show white flowers, it can be to do with maybe white lilies that were left at the funeral, but often white flowers from spirit, when they show me white flowers, are to bring love, to bring healing, to bring love and light for that person. Okay. Oh, she's definitely at peace. But she loved these white lilies. There was something significant, and yes, that would mean something if they were placed in her, with her when she at her funeral. My mum, when my mum passed, and my mum showed me a photograph of her sisters and brothers. And I knew instantly what that meant because we placed that photo with all her sisters and brothers in her coffin with her before she was cremated, and the photo was cremated with her. So if the white lilies were put with her at her funeral, then that's why she's showing you the white lilies. She wants to acknowledge that she got the white lilies. Okay. The Orange Lodge, I can kind of connect with this lady because she's showing me the Star of David. Does that make sense? She's showing me, it's like the Star of David. It's a little star. I don't know if she had a pendant. Did she have a pendant with a star on it? Okay, well, she's showing me this, so yes. So that connects with the lodge because my mum was in the lodge as well. She was very much an orange lady, let's just say, and my dad was an Orangeman as well. So I recognise the little star, and I see that she has it on a pendant. But I feel she was showing you the white lilies because she wants you to know that they went with her. All right, and she appreciates the fact that they went with her. The reason she's come forward, my love, is to let you know that she's watching over you and the family, and she's never away. She wants to let you know how much she loves you. Okay, and she just wanted to bring that message through. So thank you for confirming all of that for me. Thank you. I only tell what I see and what I'm picking up from spirit. Okay, we'll get back into the card of the day now, which is the world. Right? We often complain about the things that we don't have in life, right? Could be short of money, don't have a job, would like a better car, would like a better house, would like a better, garden or whatever, right? And we always say it's out with our reach. We'll never be rich, we'll never have enough money to have what we want for ourselves and maybe our family, etc. But when the world comes into a general reading, it's reminding you that we can manifest whatever it is that we need in this life. The universe provides us with it. But if we don't ask for it, the universe won't go against our own free will. So even though the universe may know that we need something or we desire something, unless we actually ask the universe for it, it's not going to give you anything. You need to ask for that. Now, it's not just a case of, hi universe, I need extra money so that I can go on holiday. Or I need extra money because I'm fed up of robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? To manifest something, to bring it into your life, stop thinking about what you don't have. And when you ask for something, imagine you've already got it, right? And imagine how that feels, right? So for example, you'd like a job out with your town, but you need a car to get you to and from that job. But if you had that car and you had that job, it would bring more abundance, right? Because it would bring more money and finances into your life and make your life a lot better. So when you're asking the universe, I need this car, as you ask it, imagine you have got that car sitting outside your home. How do you feel? Do you feel happy about it, joyous about it? All your worries have left. And then imagine yourself jumping in that car and driving to your dream job. And keep those feelings. Every time you ask the universe for it, keep those feelings deep down inside, right? Keep it in your memory, keep it in your thoughts and your feelings. Basically, you're imagining that you've already got it. And when you do that, the universe gives us it, right? So we may get a pay rise, which is going to help with the car. Then we get the car, and we think, I'm fed up with this job, so we go for a better job, right? We've already manifested that before all of that came into fruition. Yep. Yep. Hello, Jessley. Welcome. Okay, Sue Alexander Lewis. Will it go well? For him, yes, right? Because he's, you know, I always say X's are X's for a reason, right? The clue is in the word X, right? They are X. They're not in the present. They are an X. Even if you're still friends with them, they are still an X, right? And of course, if that then X has a beautiful daughter, right? Maybe that X still has secret feelings for you underneath. And he knows without that beautiful daughter, without that little tool, he can't ever get you back, right? Or he can't even get you to meet, because if he didn't have that little girl, the new daughter, and he asked you, will you come round, have a coffee, have a drink with me? Would you do it? Probably not, right? But he's using a different tactic. And he's saying, I've got a new daughter in my life. I would love you to come and see her. Right? Women are like magnets to new babies, right? We get all broody when we see a new baby, right? And that's exactly what he's planning. You're going to go over, you're going to see the new baby or the new daughter, etc., or the daughter, and you're going to say, oh, she's absolutely adorable. And he'll say, oh, you can come and see her anytime. Hook, line, and sinker, he's got you. So, yeah, think carefully on that one. Now, I would love to answer everyone's questions, but if I did that, I would never get the 7 readings done during the night or during this live, and I'd be here all night. So I'm not going to answer individual questions. I'm just going to finish the card of the day, and then we're going to draw the 7 names for the reading tonight, if that makes sense. But anyone is more than welcome, if they don't get picked tonight for a reading, to go onto my profile. I have a private readings list there. Again, it's free. Ask for a card. I then put you on a private reading list, which is totally separate from my lives. And then every day, if I have a spare half hour or so, I will then go through that list, and as I go down each name, I do a reading on my profile and I tag your name in it, and then I go to the next name. There is a bit of a waiting list for that, but anyone's more than anyone's more than welcome to put the name down there if they don't get picked tonight. You can ask, because they're mini readings, you can ask for a reading on that list as many times as you want. Okay, so thank you. So yes, if you want something, manifest it, right? There's nothing in this world that you can't have. You just have to ask the universe for it and believe that the universe will provide it. And also imagine you've still got it. And then watch the magic happen. A lot of people just ask the universe for something and then they forget about it and they don't ask again. And they don't think about what they have. And then later on they'll say, see, I asked the universe for something and I never got it. No, because you didn't do it right. You didn't manifest it right. So this card is all about the world is your oyster. Whatever you want. The only obstacle in the way of getting it is you and your beliefs. Imagine you've got it already and keep asking for it and keep that feeling within you until you've actually got it. It's going to happen. We are more powerful than we believe we are. We just need to use that. Yep, ask, believe, and receive. So that is, yep, that's exactly it in a nutshell. Ask, believe it, imagine it's already happened, and you'll receive in abundance. Okay, so I'm gonna go and pick 7 names. Now, for all my new viewers here, what I do is, because my vision is very poor, I will ask everybody to start sharing their favorite emojis. So it could be hearts, it could be flowers, it could be 4-leaf clovers, it could be rainbows, it could be anything you like. Just keep the emojis rolling up the screen, and I'm going to pick 7 emojis at random. And those 7 emojis, whoever's attached to those emojis, will get a mini reading tonight. Anyone who doesn't can also come back tomorrow night and try again, or they can go to my readings list for private readings. So let's have a look. Who are we going to pick? Keep those emojis rolling up the screen, everyone. Okay. We've got Sylvia 7520 is our first one. Sylvia 7520. So we need 6 more, folks. Keep them going. Keep them going up. Your fave Gemini is our second. Love the unicorns. Okay, so we need 5 more. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Flora AG. Sand Cayman. If I pronounced it wrong, I do apologise. I am hopeless at pronouncing. So we need 3 more, folks. 3 more names. Keep them coming. Amy G. Well done, Amy G. You're getting a reading tonight. So we need 2 more. Keep them coming up. 2 more emojis. MH Hairdressing. So we need 1 more name. 1 more name. Who are we going to get? Who are we going to have? Best looking fat kid. Love that name. And there we have our 7. Okay. So the 7 names for tonight's reading. Sylvia 7020. You are your fave Gemini. Flora J. Sand Kamen. Amy G. MH Hairdressing. And Best Looking Fat Kid. Well done, everyone. So I'm gonna start with Sylvia 7020. And remember, I am back tomorrow night. If you didn't get picked for tonight's reading. Failing that, you can always add your name to my list on my profile. Now, if anyone on the list happens to fall asleep before I get to the name, because I don't rush my readings, I do take my time with the readings. So if you do fall asleep during the readings and you think, darn, I've missed it, if you go to my website, I have a link on my website. My website link's on my bio, and I will always share my lives on my YouTube channel. The link is on my website, and also the Spiritual World of the Mystic Witch Facebook group. So they are shared on both platforms. Rhiannon. Okay, I'm going to write that down. Give me a second, Rhiannon. Thank you, Rhiannon. Okay, I'll put Ash down as well. All right. So let's start with Sylvia 7820. Is Sylvia still here? Let's shuffle the animal cards. The animal cards are messages from our animal spirit guides. Animals are very intuitive, just as much as any other spirit, and they can offer us a lot of helpful guidance. Oh, you're more than welcome. Yay! Here's Sylvia. And welcome, Sylvia. I'm so glad you were able to be chosen for a reading tonight. Thank you, everyone, for your likes, your shares, your gifts. You're all amazing, absolutely amazing. So thank you so much. Okay, so let's shuffle these cards and see what we have for you, my love. Okay. What do our beautiful animal kingdom have to say? I'm so glad you got a reading tonight. Oh, you're more than welcome. Okay. The card that you have is Seal, and the seal brings with it imagination. Immerse yourself in artistic and creative expression. All right. So a lot of the time, we can use art to express our feelings, etc. For example, when my grandkids were going through abuse, I would give them paints, pens, pencils. And the pictures that they painted and the colours that they painted them in told me a lot. If there was a lot of blacks and blues and reds, they were unhappy. But if there was lots of like pinks and yellows and greens and like green grass and blue sky and butterflies, etc., then they were happy. Sometimes we can't express ourselves in words or feelings, but we can express ourselves through arts, crafts, etc. So I don't know if you're a crafty person or whether you thought about doing painting or doing things, making things with your hands. Okay, there you go, right? So you're doing a lot of darker art, all right? So does that darker art reflect who you are, if that makes sense? Or does it reflect your feelings? Yeah. My oldest granddaughter was gaslighted by her mum and her dad. And I gave her a blank white paper mask. And I gave her paints. And what she did was, the whole mask was skin coloured, her skin colour. But she had you couldn't see her nose. Over her nose was black. Her nose and her mouth was all covered in black. So from here, it was like she had a large black mask on. And her eyes were black and blue. She was trying to tell me in her word that she had been silenced. She had been smothered, sworn to secrecy, sworn not to speak about the abuse for fear that she would end up being her, i.e. her black eyes and blue. So she was expressing herself through her art, as were my other two grandchildren. And they had very similar masks as well, but all different, but all uniquely explaining their feelings. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we can express our feelings, and sometimes when I was going through 30 years of abuse, I would draw the most horrific things. You know, I would draw a little cottage in a wood, but it would be dark woods. The trees would be all black, etc. Everything was dark because that's how I felt at the time. You know, I felt entrapped, and it was my message to the world. You know, my ex just thought, oh, it's a horrible photo. It doesn't have any colours, it doesn't have any characters. But he was the dark soul, so he wouldn't have been able to read what that message was. But any other woman that was going through abuse, etc., would be able to pick that up in a heartbeat. So this card is saying it's time to use your imagination and immerse yourself in artistic and creative expression, right? I feel that whoever is around you, don't listen. It's like your opinion, your point of view is not important. I don't know if you can relate to that, but it's like you speak, but you might as well speak to the wall for the amount of time that people actually pay attention to what your words are, if that makes sense. Yeah. And sometimes when we feel that way, we turn to arts and crafts. And we think, well, nobody else is listening, but I can get everything down on paper. And sometimes, even if we're not artistic enough to draw, keeping a thoughts journal or keeping a journal where we can write things that hurt us. And then when the paper is full, we can burn it and ask the universe to take it away from us and replace it with something positive. But there's another route to this as well. Because if nobody is listening, especially if it's in our friends circle, or even family circle, right? It's not just restricted to friends. Family can outlaw us as well. You know, I have a sister that doesn't always speak to me. I haven't spoken to her since I was at her family funeral. And I feel often that I'm invisible to her. I still love her as a sister, but I let her lead her life and she lets me lead my life. And she knows where I am if I need her. And I carry on being me, despite being ignored. And it's easier if it's your friends because you can then clear out your friends list and keep the friends that support you, that do listen, that do care, and step away from the friends that don't. If they don't listen in your time of need, or they're not helping you in your time of need, then they shouldn't be in your friend circle. It's time to keep doing what you're doing. Put your feelings, etc., into arts and crafts and express how you're feeling from time to time. It's part of the healing process. It's getting it from out here onto paper. But at the same time, also be aware of the people around you. Are they bringing you positive? Are they bringing you love and support for everything that you do? Are they listening? That's the crucial one. Are they listening? Or are you just as well talking to the brick wall? For as much, because the brick wall's going to do the same, right? It's not going to answer us back. If it's a case that it's just like talking to a brick wall, maybe it's time to clear them out. Wish them well with their lives and just surround yourself with the people that do listen and that do care, if that makes sense. Hi. No problem. You will still get your reading if you go onto the YouTube channel, honey. Yeah, and it's hard when it's family to separate yourself from that, right? So this is where the seal is saying, you know what, if you can't separate yourself from it and you can't get them to listen, yes, express it. Tell the piece of paper, tell the art, right? Put it into the art. Because either way, you're still getting it out of here and onto canvas or onto paper. When I was younger, when I was being bullied at school, I would write poetry. And all my feelings were written down in poetry. And it was through my poetry book that my dad found my poetry book. And I remember walking home from school one day and I came in and he had the book in his hand, but he was in tears. He had no idea I was being bullied until he started reading my poems. And he listened. But I didn't want to burden him with my problems because he was family, he was my dad. You know, and my dad was always telling my older brother, you know, oh, if somebody's picking on you, go out there and give them a pasting. But that's understandable, right? Because he's a boy. right? So fathers are always saying, what are you, a man or a mouse, right? But I felt with me being female, well, it wouldn't benefit me if my dad was to turn around and say, what are you, a man or a mouse? No, I'm a woman. And I can't, or I'm a young girl, I can't do that. So I bottled everything up. But I told my story in poetry, just like you can tell your story in your art. But at the same time, that art might appeal to somebody, and you could use that art for creating extra finances. Hello. Yeah, and this is exactly why you were drawn to paint, right? Because not everybody understands us, but we can express ourselves through our art. And the seal is saying you're doing exactly what you need to do. If nobody else is listening, the canvas or the paper or your artwork or your crafts or the things that you are making will speak for you. And at least you're still getting it out of here and onto paper or canvas, if that makes sense. So keep doing what you're doing, all right? Sadly, we can't change family, right? We just have to go with what we've got, right? We can pick our friends, but we can't pick our family, unfortunately. But we do what we can. And if family don't listen, then we find another source, whether it's writing it in poetry, whether it's doing crafts, whether it's drawing, whether it's sewing. Sometimes people sew, they do embroidery, right? And they pick an embroidery design that actually fits how they're feeling. Hello, Belinda. I would love to give you a card, honey, but the card list is closed for tonight. I will be back tomorrow picking another 7 names, though. Failing that, please go to my profile. I have a readings list on there. Simply just ask for a card. I add you to a readings list, and every day I do little mini readings on my profile and tag the people on that list in their individual readings. But failing that, I am here every night this week apart from Sunday. Sunday is my meditation night. Thank you for the roses. So Sylvia, thank you so much for joining me, and because you joined me, you were picked for a reading, and I felt that the seal needed to let you know that message. And it may help you realize why your art is dark at the minute, all right? But the more that you do your art, the more healing will occur naturally. And you might find that your art in the future is not so dark. You're more than welcome. Thank you so much for the roses, everyone. Okay. We now have Ash, Fave Gemini. So do we still have Ash with us? Our lovely Ash. Oh, you're more than welcome. Thank you for the finger hearts, Leslie. Yay! Ash is still with us. Okay, let's, okay, I've got a lady in spirit and she's coming in. And I don't feel this lady is very old. And she's singing a line, just a line of the song, of a song. And it's When September Ends. When September Ends. I don't know why she's singing that song, Don't know. But there's a lady. September could be related to the time she passed. It's but she's given me a song title, I feel, When September Ends. I don't know if that has meaning to anyone. Doesn't matter if nobody can take that. I'm also being given the name Emma, so she may have been called Emma. But I feel September is significant with this lady for some reason, or at the end of September. So I don't know if that was an anniversary. And I'm also being given the name Emma with her as well. So I'm just putting that name and that song title out there if anyone can. Hello, Lynn. Oh, yes, I did. Thank you. Oh, wow. Okay, so they both grandparents then passed away at the end of September or in September. I feel this grandmother was at the end of September, if that makes. I feel that's why she gave you the song title When September Ends. Okay, I'm glad that makes sense because she obviously came in when I was picking your card. She's letting you know that both your grandparents are in spirit. They are both well, but out of the two, I feel that she was the one that was more outspoken. I don't know if you can relate to that. She's kind of like, out of the two of us, if one had something to say, the other one was a little bit quiet. The other one would kind of watch what was going on, and she would only speak if something was really, really bothering her. Whereas this lady that's coming in, the one that passed over towards the end of September, she called a spade, and she spoke her truth. And if you didn't like it, tough. You know, that was her way. So I feel that she was the one that needed to come through, if that makes sense. Hello, Pixie. Okay, thank you for confirming that. Well, both the grandparents are sending you love. She's just saying that she needed to let you know that she was the one towards the end of September. No problem. Hello. Thank you for the likes, everyone. It's been a busy night, Pixie, so it's fine. It's been really, really busy. Okay. Right, this grandmother that came through for you, Ash, why is she showing me a fireplace? She's showing me like a coal burner, like a log fireplace. And I feel Christmas was a special time. I don't know whether she had the family gather round at Christmas, but she's showing me this beautiful large fireplace with logs in the fire. And it was like she had kind of like lots of green around the mantle, if that, if that makes sense, with little stockings and stuff. Christmas was a special time for her. Thank you for confirming. She's sharing again. She's sharing that memory with you to let you know that it is her, and just that she's confirming that it's her. Um, she's saying every Christmas she's with you all. Both your grandparents are always there at Christmases, birthdays, lots of different celebrations. And that's why she's showing me the Christmas. Can you relate to Christmas? Why is she showing me Christmas cookies? Did she make Christmas cookies? And she used to ice them. She's showing me iced cookies. It was like iced gingerbread, and she was showing me she used to do little fancy designs with icing on these cookies. Not as yet, he hasn't, Lynn, sorry. Okay, thank you. Again, she's just sharing some of her memories that mean something to her. And yes, she relates to Christmas time, very much so. Did one of your grandparents have something wrong with her memory? It's like she tried to remember, and it's like her memory was going towards the end. And some things she could remember and some things other. And it was more frustrating because she couldn't, when it became to the point where she couldn't recognize people. Hi Sarah, unfortunately the readings list is full tonight. I am back tomorrow evening to pick another 7 names. Failing that, I do have a readings list on my profile, which is separate from my lives. There is a bit of a waiting list, but if you put your name down and I reply that you're on my list, every day I try and do as many names from that list. I then I do a little mini reading on my profile and tag your name in your reading. So I hope that helps. Hi Smiley, I'm doing fine. No problem. Oh, I'm so glad, Ash, that that all made sense for you. It's lovely when Spirit come and share their memories with you. It's their way of confirming who they are, because I wouldn't know any of that, right? But you would know that. And that's why Spirit do that. They always bring something that we can confirm with. Oh, thank you. I was born with it. Do you know what? We're all capable of communicating with Spirit. It's just that sometimes life gets in the way. And that's, that can happen. I don't allow life to get in the way so much. I'm quite a solitary person. I don't know a lot of people in my own personal life. For that reason, I just don't get involved with politics, religion, all of that. I just kind of follow my own path, and I help people wherever I can. That's just what I do. I'm always giving tips on my videos, whether it's on my lives. That's for another topic. I will do a topic night where we can talk about how to connect to Spirit. I'd love to go in lots of different topics in the one live, but we wouldn't get all the readings done. Thank you so much for the roses, the daisies, and all the gifts, everyone. You are all amazing. Thank you, Flora. Okay. So, Ash, you've got the dolphin. Playfulness. The dolphin always represents playfulness. That inner child with us. The one that doesn't get serious, right? Because when we go into adulthood, everything is serious. And we forget our inner child. Take time to play. Right? You know what? I love the dolphin. I absolutely adore the dolphin. Because he reminds us that even though we are adults, that inner child is still a part of us. Right? And sometimes it's nice to remember the feelings that we had as children. Right? You know, often it's not, you know, often sometimes when myself and my partner, for example, go for a walk through a country park and it's kind of nighttime-ish and there's nobody around, I will sit on a swing and just swing and let the wind blow through my hair, and it takes you right back to your childhood, that carefree time where you didn't have the adult worries about bills, paying bills, how to survive day to day, the politics, the rules, the regulations that we have, that we are bound by, etc., etc. Man-made rules, all of that. Life is too serious. We forgot how to play. We forgot how to sing, how to dance, how to just be ourselves. Right? We forget that because we're drawn into this rat race that we call life. We've got politicians telling us how to live our life. We've got the social media telling us what to do with how to behave in public, what to wear, what to eat, what to spend, etc. And then amongst all of that, we forget how to just have fun. We forget how to play, right? I miss my grandkids for that, because kids, you know, our children, our grandkids, they're the best teachers on this planet, right? Because they play games. They have amazing imaginations, right? And they can imagine fairies and dragons and princesses and princes in a beautiful castle and all of that. When did we stop believing? When did we stop playing? When did we stop the fun? When did we stop partying with our friends? When did we stop being creative and letting our hair down and saying to hell with the world and just have fun? Yeah. Yeah. You know, and that's the thing. You know, there's nothing stopping us from getting paints out. There's nothing stopping us from getting a piece of clay, getting the fingers in the clay, or even going to the beach, rolling up your trouser legs and just getting in the water, right? And who cares if you fall in the water and your clothes get wet? The sun dries it, right? Main thing is you're having fun. The main thing is, kids explore the world. You know, when we are moms, we've got to have eyes in the back of our heads, right? Because children naturally explore with their senses, right? They'll go up to a flower and smell it. Oh, that smells nice. And it looks nice. Oh, I want to eat that. And they pick a daisy and ready to eat it. And the mum's like, oh, no, you can't do that, right? because it's a mum's natural instinct, right? Daisies, etc., are poisonous, etc. Don't eat that. Don't. And we're forever pulling things out of kids' mouths to stop them from choking. But children naturally will want to explore the world around us. When did we as adults stop doing that? How many people on their way to work or on the way to the shops today can tell me how many birds were in the trees above them? Or what animals were around them? And if they're walking in the country, what animals are around them? What, did you see birds, sheep, flies, butterflies? We miss all of that out, right? When I was young, I used to love making daisy chains. And I used to love chasing butterflies. And I used to often pretend I was a butterfly and fly with them. When did we lose that imagination? When did we, forget how to sing and dance and don't care who's listening? Right? So when Dolphin is coming into your card reading, Ash, it's saying, when's the last time you had fun? Life has been way, way over the top too serious for you, right? When's the last time you sang or danced or played games or just made mud pies or experimented with arts and crafts? Yeah, a long time. And this is exactly why the dolphin is coming into your reading today. It's saying it's time to play. Yes, do a little bit of the boring adult stuff, right? But at the same time, don't forget to play. Don't forget to have that, bring that inner child out, right? She's still there. That inner child is still within us. Don't shut her away. We need her to come back and remind us how to explore the world through touch, through vision, through hearing, through sight, through feel, through taste. Children do it amazingly, right? Because it's just intuition, it's just natural instinct. It's only when they get into the adulthood that life gets really static and serious. So, pick a day where you can say, you know what, the phone's getting taken off the hook, the television's getting turned off, and think back, what sort of things did you do when you were a child that you absolutely loved? Could be going to the park, it could be building sandcastles, it could be dancing around the garden, making daisy chains, whatever it is, bring that back. Who says you can't build sandcastles as an adult? Who says you can't make daisy chains as an adult, right? Who says you can't make mud pies if you want to? Or you can't paint pictures, right? Or you can't redecorate your house by drawing or painting on the walls. If you don't like it, you can always paint over it again, right? But be explorative and bring that inner child back out. It's time for you to have a little bit of you playtime, if that makes sense, because it's something that's been lacking. Exactly, Charity. I'm so glad it makes sense. Thank you so much for joining me, because it meant you got this card. It's so important for you to go out and have fun. So even tonight, before you go to bed, think about what it is that you loved as a child. What sort of things can you really relate to? Maybe it was cooking. Maybe it was baking with your grandparents or whatever else. Well, get the recipe book out. Get messy with the flour and the jam and the icing. Who cares whether you get the icing wrong or not, right? one of my childhood was cooking with my mum, baking with my mum. And the best part of it wasn't mixing the ingredients. The best part of it was who was getting to lick the spoon and the bowl at the end of it. That's the best part. Licking the bowl at the end, right? But we forget to do that, right? As adults, we just make the cakes or make the cookies. We don't lick the bowl, do we? We stick it in the dishwasher or we wash it. When did we stop licking the bowl or licking the spoon and thinking that's darn good, right? That was the best part of baking when we were kids, was exploring the taste, the textures of things. When did we stop that? Yeah, exactly. There you go, Tracy. There's a girl after my own heart. Yeah, the best part, especially when you've got your grandkids, right, or your kids, right. Whether the kids want to or not, it's like Gran wants to bake. Come on, let's get hands dirty or whatever. And who cares if the kid drops a wee eggshell in there, right? It's roughage. It adds to the roughage and it adds to the fun and the texture of stuff. you know. And I remember baking with my grandkids when they were wee, and the smile on their faces. And then it was a debate who's going to lick the bowl, right? So I used to give them a spatula each, and they used to have the spatula, and they used to just scoop down the bowl with the spatula, and it was kind of then it became a three-way race with the three grandkids who can get the most on the spatula and finish the bowl. Made life a lot easier for me because it was easier to clean a clean bowl. Yep. Well, charity. There's no time like the present, find that time. We should all find that time to bring out the inner child. So, Ash, I hope that that has helped. And let me know what sort of things you get up to. Do you know what? Make a TikTok. Whatever it is that you enjoy doing and you're bringing it back, make a TikTok. You might just inspire others to bring out that inner child as well. Whether it's making cookies, do a TikTok making cookies. Whether it's building sandcastles, do a TikTok building sandcastles. You might just help others to bring out their inner child, because we do forget how to play. We do forget how to have fun. I did a TikTok earlier. I saw a TikTok and it was a right catchy song. It's actually on my profile. And it drew me, and I thought, this looks like fun. So I duetted it. And then my friend Lucy saw it, and she's like, yes, I need to do this. So she also duetted with it. It was sharing the fun. It was remembering how fun it is to laugh and to dance. And who cares whether you can do it perfectly? Who cares whether you can lip sync perfectly? The whole point of it is not to be perfectionist about it, but to have fun doing it. That's the whole point. Thank you for the roses. Yep, let go and just be. Exactly. Hello, Amelia. I would love to give a reading. Yeah, I would love to give a reading to absolutely everybody that asks, but I restrict mine to 7 because I do take my time over the readings, and I would be here all night. But I am back every night this week apart from Sunday, which is my guided meditation night. Failing that, I do have a readings list on my profile. Just ask for a card reading there. I go through that list most days and I try and get through as many names as possible and give you little mini readings on my profile. I hope that helps. Oh, thank you so much, everyone, for the gifts. You are all amazing. Hi, hello, hello, hello. So thank you, Ash. I love that reading because I haven't seen the dolphin for such a long time in the cards, and I'm glad the dolphin came out because it is a nice reminder for us to bring out that inner child every so often. So thank you. Okay, now we have Rihanna, our very own Flora. So, Rihanna, are you still with us? Let's shuffle these cards. I'm loving the readings tonight. Absolutely love, love, love these readings. I'm actually thinking about baking tomorrow. It's made me hungry for baking cakes, fairy cakes. Just not so much for the cakes, but just so that I can lick out the bowl. Oh, you're more than welcome. Okay. So is our Flora still here? But yeah, I do. You know, just reading that card and, you know, I've probably opened up a lot of childhood memories for everybody who watched that card as well. But yeah, my gran was a baker and my mother was a cook by profession. And she made the most amazing cakes. So it kind of put me in the mood. I think I'll be making fairy cakes tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. Yay! Yep. I let my inner child out every so often. If I do it, I teach it. Thank you so much for the roses. Okay, let's pick a card for our lovely Flora. Okay. I usually give it a good shuffle and then I usually split the cards 3 times 3. Oh, we have the Badger Flora. Perseverance is the Badger's message for you. Dig in and see it through to completion, right? I feel that you sometimes have great ideas and you make a start on those ideas and then you make a start on those plans, dreams, or goals. And then somewhere along the line, it's like, oh, this is too hard work and I'll do it later. And you put it to one side, right? And it's like, you can have other ideas coming along. So you have like a list of things or list of projects left half undone, if that makes sense. Hi, to get on the list, if you go to, if it's for my live readings, it's basically just coming on when I start my lives and I pick 7 names at random. If you're not picked, I'm on every night this week apart from Sunday night. Or on my profile, I have a separate readings list for my lives. You just need to comment card, please. I will let you know that you're on my list. There is a bit of a waiting list, but I do get round everybody on that list, and I do little mini readings on my profile for you. Oh, I'm so glad, Pixie. I'm glad my meditations help. So, going back to Flora, sometimes we do start things, right? And we think, it's like too much hard work. But then later on, we kind of kick ourselves and think, I should have really finished that. But then the longer we leave it, the further away from our mind it becomes, and it never ever gets done, right? I used to do that. I used to buy a lot of arts and crafts stuff, and it would sit in my arts and craft box for weeks or months. And I would always say to myself, I'll get round to it tomorrow. I'll start painting tomorrow, or I'll start doing that tomorrow. Tomorrow never came. I always had something else coming up. And I never really gave myself time to do that. Same with my jewellery making. It took me months before I started doing my jewellery and my dream catchers. Because I had all the stuff, I bought all the stuff in, all the tools and all the materials were there. And I maybe made 1 or 2 bracelets, and the rest I had boxes and boxes of beads and cords and all the attachments. But I never got round to doing it. Badger is always saying perseverance. See it through to the end. Because when you start something and you leave it, right, somewhere along the line we think, I should have finished that, but I can't be bothered now, kind of thing, right? And there's no satisfaction at the end of it, right? There's nothing to prove at the end of it because it's still waiting to be done, if that makes sense. So Badger's saying, take one thing at a time. Think about the things that you've already left undone. Out of the things that are left undone, what is the one thing out of all of it that you would really like to get right into? And when you do get back into it, keep going until it's completed, because the satisfaction that you will get because you have not only started it, but you've finished it and you have the end result to prove that you finished with it. When I finish my bracelets, I look at my bracelets and I think, wow. And my bracelets have helped so many people with healing. And I think if I had gave up on that, people would never get the benefit of the healing from the bracelets. So I keep going. If I start a bracelet, I finish it. If I start a necklace, I finish it now. And this is what Badger's saying. It's time to get those things that you've put aside for a rainy day or put aside tomorrow, if that makes sense. It's time to do them today. Yes, exactly. It piles up. Yep. You know what? The more stuff I wanted to make, at one time I wanted to make glass jewellery, I wanted to make dream catchers, and I wanted to make pendants and bracelets. And I got all the stock in. And I had drawers and drawers and drawers and drawers and drawers of craft stuff. And it just, as you said, Flora, it piles up. And I never ever completed half of it. Right? I bought paint stuff. I bought acrylic stuff, acrylic paints, etc. I did make a start on that because my fairy garden, I wanted to create my own fairy garden. So I got plain white fairies, solar fairies, and they were pure white. And I painted them. And I started and finished an old chimney pot I turned into a planter. And it was a fairy house planter. So I turned an old, rusty, dusty paint chimney pot into a work of art which now sits in our garden. And I'm so glad I completed it, because if I hadn't completed it, I wouldn't have completed the fairy garden. So Badger's saying it's time to get in amongst that pile and one by one start completing those things. The feeling of achievement that you will get will blow your mind, girl. Yeah, I think I've actually got photos of my fairy garden on my profile of the fairies that I painted. And I named them all and everything like that as well. So, my fairy garden is a work in progress. And my next door neighbour had people saying, "Oh, I love your garden. I love the fairies. I've even got a little water feature in there as well." And the next door neighbour gardener said, "I wish I could take the credit for that lovely garden, but I can't. It's my neighbour. She's a traditional witch, but she loves her fairies, and she's got the fairy garden, so I can't take the credit." So since building the fairy garden, it has attracted people in our little village, and I love that. Had I not finished that task in completion, I would probably never have my fairy garden, right? Badger knows you've got some beautiful things waiting to be made, waiting to be created. It's time to get creative. You're more than welcome. Well, make that your first project, right? If you want to make a fairy garden, start with that. See what stuff you already have that you can create your own fairy garden. Feel free to get some ideas from the photos that I have on my profile here on TikTok. Because usually when I finish my bracelets, or I finish my fairies, or I finish my paintwork, I always put it on my TikTok now, because it might inspire other people. But that is the message today, is to get crafty. I'm being told you love doing things and making things with your hands. But again, it's the perseverance. It's keeping the motivation going. And you know, who knows? You may make a second income out of it, right? I make jewellery that I put healing energy into it. And people say, "I love that bracelet, but I'd love it in blue." No problem, I'll make it in blue. "I love that bracelet, but instead of rose quartz, I would love black obsidian." No problem, I'll make your bracelet with black obsidian. So doing things that you love can also bring in a second income as well. So you get the joy of making it, but you also get the added joy that somebody is going to benefit from what you have made, what you have created. Exactly, there you go. Do you know what? See that self-doubt? Kick it out the door, right? And instead of telling yourself, "I can't be successful," or "I won't be successful," tell yourself, "Yes, I've got this. I'm good at what I do, and I'm worthy of the success, and I'm worthy to be able to do this. I'm more than capable of doing this. I'm good at what I do, because I love what I do, and I put my heart and soul in what I do." And every time that self-doubt comes into it, kick it back out the door, and keep kicking its butt out the door. You're more than welcome. Hello, KJ. I'm doing good and welcome. So thank you for joining because you got a reading out of it today, and it's been lovely to meet you. I meet new friends every time I come on live. So thank you. And I want to also, for those that didn't, that have just joined, right at the beginning of this video, I wanted to do a big thank you to absolutely everyone who took the time to like, to share, to comment, and to follow. Because through your support, I have now reached 3,000 followers, and I couldn't have done it without all of you. I can't take the credit for that. I just come up and show up and do what I do best. But you're the ones that make it happen. You are the ones that are amazing through your support. So thank you so much, because I've been on Facebook for years, and the most followers I have had on Facebook are 200. So to get 3,000 followers, it just blows my mind. I've never, even on Instagram, I've never had 3,000 followers. So a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you do to support myself and to support others too. Because TikTok have the best people. TikTok have the best social family out there. So I couldn't do this live tonight without saying a huge thank you to absolutely every one of you. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Lola. Okay, so we have got 1, 2, 3, 4 more names to do before the end of the live. The readings list is closed for anyone that's just joining. I will be back picking another 7 names tomorrow night though, and also Saturday night. Failing that, I do have a readings list on my profile that anyone can add their name to. There is a bit of a waiting list, but I go through that list every day, and I do little mini readings on my profile for those on that list, and I tag your name in the readings. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lola. You are all amazing. All of you are, truly. Okay. Sand Kaman or Cayman is our next one. I don't know if Sand Cayman is still with us. A beautiful Sand Cayman. Do we have Sand Cayman? Cool energy. Let's have a look. You're not on tonight's reading list. Let me have a look on my other one. Not as yet, but if you've put your name down on the list since I've been doing live tonight on my profile, I haven't got round to adding current names yet. What I do after my live is I always go to my profile list. There's a list on my profile here on TikTok. It's a pinned post, and the title of the post is Readings List. I've got a video on there that explains exactly how you get on that list. I'll tell you who's next. Okay, after Sanderman, yeah, it's Amy G next. Thank you so much for the likes. Okay, do we still have Sand Cayman? Sand Cayman. Is Sand Cayman still with us? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're still here. So the names that I've got is Sand Cayman, Amy, MH Hairdressing, and Best Looking Fat Kid. That's the ones that I'm reading for tonight. But the next one is Sand Cayman. I don't know if you've still got Sand Cayman in the room. If we don't, it's fine. I will still read the card for Sand Cayman because this video gets saved to my YouTube channel. Hi KJ. The readings that I do, I pick the readings at the beginning of the names for the readings at the beginning of the live, and it's 7 names. That's why in the title it's got 7 readings. But I will be back tomorrow picking another 7. Teresa 0818. Is that not on the other? Wait a minute till I have a look. Teresa, you're on my other list, honey. You're on my profile list. That's a separate list from my lives list. I have a daily reading list that I do on my profile. So you're on that one. I'll let you know what place you are on that list as well. Give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A minute, where are we? Where am I? You're 7th on the list, honey. So your reading will either be tomorrow or the next day on my profile. Because I usually try and do 5 or 6 a day. If you go to my profile, there's a pinned post that has readings list on it. Just comment card please on there and you'll get on the list. You're more than welcome. No, that's why I always stick to the 7 names. Because I would be totally worn out if I did more than 7 in a night. So that's why I do it the way that I do it. Okay, so getting back to the list, I'm going to do Sand Cayman, even though I don't think Sand Cayman's still with us. But I'm going to do Sand Cayman anyway, and hopefully she finds her reading on my YouTube channel. The link to my YouTube channel for anyone that wants to see any of my past lives is on my bio in my website link. Just click on the link, and on the second page on my website, it has all my social medias, and you'll find my readings on the Lady Moonlight YouTube channel. Thank you for the roses. Okay, so Sand Cayman, I hope you'll be able to see this on YouTube. It's a cougar, and it's confidence. Cougar brings confidence. And it's saying be bold and take charge, right? Sometimes we want to lead, but it makes it so much easier to be the follower, right? And you may be one of these people that when you were at school and the teacher would pick a volunteer, ask for volunteers, you were the last one to put your hand up, right? Because it was so much easier. Even though you knew you were going to be good at it, it was so much easier to allow somebody else to do it and for you to take a back seat because of fear of failure, fear that people were going to laugh at you or people were going to judge you for doing what you want to do. It could be that through the years, people have chipped away at your self-worth, chipped away at your confidence, and you've been left with low esteem. And maybe you've had ideas in the past, but other people have put seeds of doubt, self-doubt in there. They'll tell you, well, that's a good idea, but what if you're not successful? Or they will try and break down the very foundations that you're building up. And that could be for many reasons. It could be for jealousy, right? It could be that things aren't going right in their own world, so they have to muck up everybody else's success because it makes them feel better, right? Remember, other people's judgments of you is nothing to do with you. It has absolutely nothing to do with you, but it has everything to do with the people that judge you, right? Because if they judge you for being you, if they judge you for doing what is in your heart to do, and for being true to yourself, being true to your path, being true to your goals, right? The fault lies with them. There is something wrong in their lives, and they and only they are responsible for putting that right in their lives. They shouldn't use that as an excuse to break down somebody else's goals, to break down somebody else's dreams and success. So when Cougar comes into your reading, Cougar is saying it's time to be bold. It's time to put the hand up and say, I'll volunteer. I'll do it. Right? Because there are people out there that need what you've got. Right? We are all gifted and talented at something. It's finding what you're good at and running with it. And, if people try and stop you running with it, run them over, just run past them, right? Because they are not meant to run with you. Never allow anyone to dim your light or to steal your dreams or to steal your goals or to steal your self-worth. If Cougar wants something, nothing gets in Cougar's way. And if they get in the way, Cougar's going to bite, leave you in the sidewalk and run on, right? Cougar is the hunter. He goes out for what he wants. He has the speed. His legs can carry him long, long distances, right? He knows what he wants, and he goes out and gets it. So when Kuka comes into your reading, he's telling you no more being on the back seat. No more being the silent wallflower in the corner. It's time to shine your light. And those that find your light too bright, let them remain in the dark. It's their choice, right? You may lose people when you find yourself, but for every person that you lose in finding your self-esteem and your self-worth, you're gonna gain more new people that absolutely love to stand in your light, that absolutely love to walk with you. So, Sand Carmen or Cayman, I do hope you'll get this card, because you need to build up your self-confidence and your self-worth. You've got this. You just need to believe in your abilities. So I hope this makes sense if you ever get to see your card. Thank you for the roses. You are amazing. Oh, Flora, you are just so welcome. I am so glad that I was able to give you that reading tonight. You're very, very welcome. I'm here every night, so feel free to join me whenever. I've met some amazing people, and it's lovely to meet you. Lots of love to you. Okay, next on our list is Amy G. So I'm going to shuffle these cards for Amy G. I'm going to take a drink because it's thirsty work. Thank you for the likes. I love it. I love it. Hey, and remember to send me the things that you create. Send me pictures. In fact, do a TikTok. Share them on TikTok. I'd love to see them. Oh, and you too, Flora. Thank you so much. Okay, do we still have Amy G? Oh, lovely Amy G. Yay, she's still with us. Thank you for being so patient, sweetheart. Lovely meeting you as well. I don't know if are you quite new to my readings, because I don't recognize the name. But if you are, I'm so glad you came and joined tonight, because you were meant to get a reading. Hello, Jane. Okay, let's see what the cards have for you. I'm going to give them a good old shuffle, get the energy flowing through them. Okay, as I'm shuffling these cards, there's a lady coming forward, and I don't know if she's for you or whether she's for somebody who's watching tonight, but she's giving the name as Caroline. And I feel that Caroline is a mother figure. She's coming across as a mother figure. So if anyone knows of a Caroline in spirit who is a mother figure, or who can take a Caroline who is a mother figure. Oh, thank you, Mimi. Okay. So if anyone knows of a Caroline who is also a mother figure in spirit, I just shout out the names, and she's also, pardon me, connected to red roses. She's showing me red roses as well. So there is a significance to red roses and this lady called Caroline. Your grandmother's sister, thank you. Did she love roses? Can you connect the roses to this lady? She's showing me red roses. It's like red roses were her favorite flower. And also, was your grandmother's sister Caroline? Okay, she's showing me these beautiful, beautiful roses. And I feel that she had a rose garden. I don't know if that makes sense. Doesn't matter if you're not sure about the roses. Keep that information written down somewhere, because it could mean something to one of your family members. Okay. Luana, was your grandmother's name Caroline, and can you relate roses and rose garden? This lady had a rose garden, but red roses was her favorite. Okay, the lady that's in spirit with the roses and the rose garden, her name was Caroline. And she was a mother figure, but she loved children as well. She's showing me children. Children and family were her life. But there is a significant meaning to these roses. It's a beautiful, beautiful, large bouquet of red roses, and it's like she's smelling the scent of these roses. She absolutely adored her roses. So I'm just passing on that message for anyone that can take that name and the lady in spirit, because she's coming with the roses as a gift. Okay. So I'm just going to keep shuffling these cards for our Amy G. Alrighty. Okay. My goodness, we've got Badger again. Again, Badger brings perseverance. And it's asking you to see something through to completion. All right? A task half done is never done, or is never completed, is the message that's coming with this card. It's like you're making plans for something, but those plans are kind of sitting in midair, if that makes sense. You've made a kind of start to them, But that's as far as it's kind of got, if that makes sense. Yeah. And it's like, again, I feel that there's a lot of self-doubt in this one. It's like, yes, I want to go forward with this, but what if I go forward with it and what if it just falls apart? And is it worth my effort to do this? Or am I going to fail at the first hurdle? Is it worth my time? Is it worth my investment? There's a lot of ifs. You know, is it this? Or what if this? Or what if this happens? Or what if this happens? If that makes sense. So I feel that you want to, there's a part of you that wants to finish this and keep at it, but there's another part that is planting little seeds of doubt. I'm so glad it makes sense. Okay, well, Badger is saying stop putting doubt in your way, because that self-doubt is the blockage for you being successful with this, right? You put this idea to the back of your head, but it keeps on coming back and it keeps on coming back, and you keep shoving it to the back of your head and it never gets done. And that's because you're putting this self-doubt in its way. If that makes sense. I'm glad it does, because Badger is saying stop doubting yourself. The reason it's not going away, the reason it keeps coming back and saying you need to get this done, is because this is what you're meant to do. From the day we are born, our paths are already laid out for us. The ideas that come into our head from time to time that sound exciting, that sound really, really good, but often we put doubts in the way, they are no accident. The universe knows your capabilities, and the universe knows what you are capable of doing. The only person that's going to stop that is your own self-belief in yourself. Tell yourself you can and you will, and guess what? You will. Tell yourself you'll be successful. You're going to be successful. Tell yourself you're going to put 1000% effort into it, and you will. Right? You know, my friend Tracy, who's moderator here tonight as well, she's known me for a long, long time. And she'll be the first one that tells you that she has been at me and at me and at me and at me to go on TikTok and do my work on TikTok. And she'll be the first one to tell you that I'll think about it. And that's because I had negative experiences on Facebook due to my ex and his family trying to destroy everything that I built up, and the same on Instagram. And I was terrified. I put self-doubt in my own way. And I thought, okay, I wasn't successful on Facebook. I wasn't successful on Instagram. I'm still not successful on those platforms. But I know it's because my ex's family stalk those very platforms. And they are working behind the scenes, making fake accounts, getting people in my community involved by telling fake stories about me, etc., etc. So I was getting no likes, I was getting no follows. My self-confidence hit the floor. But thank goodness for Tracy, because she kept at me. She refused to give up on me. She saw my capabilities, even though she knew what I'd gone through in life, but she kept at me. She kept kicking butt. And one day I woke up and I thought, do you know what? I'm just going to go and do it. So I started doing my TikToks. And I started just doing what I do best. giving advice, doing little mini readings. And within a couple of weeks, I had hit my first 1K. And then I thought, oh hell, now I can go live. But again, that was coming hugely out of my comfort zone because I had built 1,000 followers, something I had never achieved on any other social media before, ever. And it was a scary, daunting prospect to go live. And let me tell you, my first live I never even shared on my YouTube. It was a disaster. I was all tongue-tied. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I had people wanting to join. I had people sending gifts, and I'm like, what the heck is going on? And I could have quite easily stopped at that, but I didn't, because I knew that this was my calling, and I'm so glad I kept at it, because I have made some wonderful friends here on TikTok, and I have helped so many people with my readings, with my healing, with my wisdom, with my advice and my guidance. So I broke through that low confidence. Badger's telling you to do the same, right? People may have put you down in the past, and I feel that people have. It's time to put that aside, right? This is your path. This is your life, not theirs. And if they are true friends, they'll support you and they will rise with your success. And if they're not true friends, bye Felicia, we wish them well. Carry on doing what is in your heart to do. Get it finished, get it completed. It will be successful. But you have to believe in yourself. Oh, bless. Oh, thank you, little Miss Rousers. Amy, you are more than welcome. Do you know what? I believe in you, right? Badger obviously believes in you, right? Because the Badger wouldn't come into your reading. So spirit, loved ones in spirit, believe in you 1,000%. They know what you're capable of, right? It's your turn to shine. Stop putting off today, stop putting off tomorrow what you can do today, right? That thing that's left undone through lack of self-esteem and self-confidence, make a start on it first thing tomorrow and keep going with it. Run with it. Run as fast and fly as high as you can with it. Because, girl, you're going to soar high to heights that you never knew that you could fly to. The only thing that will ever stop you is you. And other people's opinions of it don't count. It's not their path, it's not their life, it's yours. It's your turn to shine. Thank you, Christina. I'm glad you were able to pinpoint Caroline, because she's sending love to the family, and she's gifting the roses because the roses were special to her, as was her family, so she's gifting the roses. Thank you so much for confirming that. I'm glad the message got through to the right person. Amy G, anything you want in this life, go out and get it. Manifest it. And you will get that house in November. Right? What you need to do is you need to say to the universe, I need this house by November. I need this house this year. And then imagine you already have that house. How would you feel? Imagine yourself turning the key to your new home, walking in to that new home. The fresh paint on the walls, that fresh new home smell. A lot of new homes have like a coffee smell because the estate agents usually make coffee, so that there's a nice aroma of coffee in a lot of new houses. So imagine yourself already having that home. Keep that feeling. When you're asking the universe for it, keep that feeling, right? Keep that joy, that excitement inside of you, because it's that feeling, that joy, that excitement, and you seeing yourself turning the key and walking into your own home. That's the magic of manifestation. The only obstacle to getting that home is you. You need to believe in your magic. You need to believe. We are all powerful spiritual beings. Take our physical bodies away. We are all sources of energy, universal energy. So we are connected to the universe and all that is. And the universe is connected to us, right? And we're connected to the earth. Everything is connected. So we can tap into that energy and manifest anything that we want. Believe it, feel it, receive it, and you'll get it. Hello, Zoganas. Oh, that's wonderful news, Lynn. Oh, you're more than welcome, Amy. Oh, condolences, Christina. I'm so sorry for your loss. And you're more than welcome. Oh, bless. Well, please send your condolences to your mom. Okay, you were told. Okay, depends on who told you were going to move today. As in, like, move house or whatever. You would know if you were going to move house today because you would probably have the keys, etc., to that house. Hello, Mimi, sweetie. If you go to my profile, if it's on my live lists, you can join me tomorrow night. I usually come on here at 10 p.m. UK time, and I usually, within the first half hour, I do a card reading of the day, and then I pick 7 names. And I do that every evening when I'm doing my lives. Failing that, if you go to my profile, I have a pinned post that has readings list on it. If you go to that post and you comment card please, I will reply to say you are on my readings list. This is my current reading list. I've already read all these ones. So when I say that, when I reply that you're on my readings list, you go on to this list. Every day I'll pick a name or 3 or 4 names. So the first one would be, say, Lily. So I would do a reading on my profile for Lily and I would tag her name in it. And then I would go on to the next name, which is Annie Girl. and I would read for her and put it on my profile. And as long as you're on that list, you will get a reading when it comes to your name. As I said, there is a bit of a waiting list, but I do get round to everybody. And you can still be on that list and still join me and get picked out of the draw that I have every night. I usually just at the start do my card of the day, and then I do a random draw and pick 7 names. So I hope that helps. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying the live. There's a lot of people that actually like to just come and join and listen in, and that's absolutely fine, because sometimes when I'm reading a card for somebody, that card could resonate with somebody else as well. So even though I'm reading for somebody else, it's not the first time somebody says, you know what, I know you're reading that card for such and such a person, but I can relate to that too, and that's absolutely okay. You know, so even though I'm reading from the list, if it resonates with you, then that's a message for you as well. Okay, Lynn. Other psychics, I can't answer for other psychics, but I find it there's a little bit of a red flag, I would say, if that psychic told you were going to move today. Because for one thing, spirit time and our time are different. A week in our earth time could be 2 weeks, a week and a half, 3 weeks, 4 weeks in spirit time. We are on different time lines, different time sinks. So for a medium to sit and tell you you're going to move on a specific date, in my personal experience, that's pretty much impossible for spirit to do, or for spirit to pass on to a medium. As I said, I can't speak for other mediums, but I can only give you my personal opinion and my knowledge on how spirit time works at a different pace from our time, if that helps. It's like everything else in life. You get good mediums and you get some mediums out there that are fake mediums. I call them wannabes. But you know what? I respect everyone. You know, I can't judge other readers. Other readers do things totally different from me. But regarding time zones and stuff, to me, that's a bit of a red flag. If a medium came to me and said I was going to move house tomorrow or today, I would be a bit wary. And I would be saying, okay, I'm just going to dismiss that, because I know through personal experience how the time zones vary. Thank you, Lynn. I remember that one. Yep. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Yep. Do you know what? If I didn't trust in my guides and I didn't trust in my readings, I wouldn't be doing what I do. You know, I never second guess the messages that I get. I never know if the messages that I send out are right or wrong, because I'm not you and you're not me. I listen, I pass on the message, I pass on the name, And if people take it, they can take it. If not, it's fine, because it's maybe not, maybe that person was on the live but passed through. And at the time, I had a lady spirit come through, I think it was a couple of days ago. And bless, she's just a tiny little lady. I can't even remember her name now, because when I do readings, I forget everything, and I have to, otherwise my head would be spaghetti junction, honestly. But she come rushing in, and she's like, she shouted this name, and then she kind of stopped in a tract, and she said, "Oh, it's okay, dear. It doesn't matter." And she kind of went sneaking away, and I think she realised that she had seen somebody that she was drawn to in my live, but by the time she came forward, that person had just flicked past the live, and she kind of just shifted away. So, yeah, if if I believe in what I do, I believe in the messages just that I get, and with me, what you see is what you get. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. Not everybody is drawn to me, and that's absolutely fine. Some people are drawn to other mediums. But one thing I will tell you, when I first came on TikTok, there was a lot of fake accounts started appearing with the Mystic Witch. And I had one gentleman who followed me, and he said, "You charged me $200 for a blessing." And I wasn't pleased at that. And I said, "No, that wouldn't have been me. I don't jump in people's DM boxes for money, for readings or anything. That's not my style." And I asked him what the account was, and it was the Mystic Witch 4. Somebody had taken some of my photos, or recopied some of my videos, made up a fake account, and added him onto that account, followed him, which he obviously thought it was me. And then they jumped into his DM box saying, "I've sent you a lovely blessing, you drew me $200. And they kept pestering him, and he handed over the $200, thinking he had got a blessing. It's sad that that's the world that we live in. But I got one step ahead, and I always now tell people that if it's got a clickable website on my profile will just be the Mystic Witch and Lady Moonlight. Nothing else. No numbers, no dashes, no dots, no nothing. It's just the Mystic Witch and Lady Moonlight at the top of it. I think the nickname is Lady Moonlight, and the actual at the Mystic Witch. One way you'll always know it's me, if a Mystic Witch jumps into your DM box and asks you for a reading, a blessing, or for money, or for anything like that, it's not me. That's not my style. That's not how I do things. If people want a reading, they come to me, or they seem to find me. I don't have to jump into people's DM boxes. If people need advice, they come into my DM box and say, "Can you help me?" Or they come onto my lives and say, "Can I get a reading?" Or they go on my readings list. I don't have to jump in their DM box. But also, my website is on my bio. That's the one thing that fake accounts cannot copy, is my website. Right? They can't, because it's they make up a new account. They would need 1,000 followers to be able to put a website on there. And even if they could, they would need my password for that website to get the link on there, and they can't do that. So if there's a Mystic Witch and it has and it doesn't have a website on the bio, a clickable website, it's not me. So I hope that helps everybody. Yes, yeah, you did. I remember Patricia coming through. But I'm so glad, because it's lovely. Oh, lovely. Okay. So, I hope, Amy, that that has helped. Now, I know that MH Hairdressing had to go off early, but she knows where my YouTube channel is, i.e., if she goes on my profile and looks up Lady Moonlight on my YouTube, she will get this reading. So, MH Hairdressing, let me just shuffle these cards for her. And then after that, we will be on our last one, which is Best Looking Fat Kid. Love that name. That speaks confidence. Okay. So let's just shuffle these cards for MH Hairdressing, because I know that she will go to my Lady Moonlight YouTube channel and find this tomorrow, because after the live I wait till TikTok allows me to download it, and then I post it onto my YouTube channel, the Lady Moonlight, but I also post it onto my Facebook group for my Facebook followers, which is the Spiritual World of the Mystic Witch. Okay, so let's see what MH Hairdressing card has for her. Okay, we've had some amazing readings tonight. So thank you all. It wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for all of you. And thank you to my wonderful moderator for keeping things running smoothly for me while I've been reading. She's amazing. Oh, thank you. Oh, love you too. Okay. So this is for MH Hairdressing when she follows this on YouTube channel. Let's see what we've got for her. Okay. The Turtle. Retreat. Stop trying to make something happen. Okay? Sometimes when we wish too hard for something that isn't for us and it doesn't work out, we get so frustrated, right? And that can happen a lot of the time. There's a lot of women sometimes that, for example, long to be a mom, and they keep trying and trying, but sometimes they can over try. And when they're over trying, they're stressing the body out. And that very stress can actually be the very thing that stops the natural process of conceiving and having a child. And usually what they find is they get to the stage where they give up and they think it's never going to happen. And what happens is the body then relaxes, the hormones are returned, and there's not so much pressure, there's not so much stress on the mind and the emotions, etc. And then they find that miraculously they've conceived and they're going to give birth. And that's quite common, because sometimes if we try too hard for something, or we wish too hard for something, and we get impatient, then the stress goes in, and then it doesn't work out, right? Or we put self-doubt in there. Oh, it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. So we're adding negative to negative to negative on top of all the stress, the stress, the stress. And we're literally building barriers to the very thing that we want to happen. So we have to tear down those bricks, brick by brick, and we have to just breathe. retreat from it. Take some time out from it. Don't let it consume us to the point that it's all we think about, if that makes sense. Good night, Lynn, and thank you. So, MH Hairdressing, it's time to take a back seat, honey. Yes, you want it so badly. But in wanting this so badly, you're putting so much stress on yourself. And that's causing obstacles to getting you to where you want to be. So when Turtle's coming into your reading, Turtle saying, it's time to just float, to just go with the flow, with no expectations, with no pressure. You know, que sera, sera, whatever will be, right? The future's not ours to see. But, you know, que sera, sera. And I love that song because it actually reminds us that whatever is for us in life, it's already manifesting itself, right? Because without us knowing, from the day we are born, our life is planned. Sometimes we can take a wrong turn, but life has or the universe has a really good way of getting us right back on track. You know, I always knew my soulmate was out there. I took a wrong turn thinking that my ex was my soulmate, right? Dark forces in the universe and always try and lead us astray and away from our path. And I spent 30 years of hell. However, that 30 years of hell led me eventually to my soulmate, because he did the same thing. He took the wrong turn, and he had, you know, I often say sometimes you have to go through kiss so many frogs before you actually find your prince. Right? True story. But for MH Hairdressing, what is written for you in this lifetime is it won't go by you, right? It's already laid out, and you don't have to put so much pressure on yourself, because you just need to go with the flow. Yes, manifest things that you want, but do it in a positive way, and don't allow negative thoughts or actions to put those barriers in your way. Retreat, breathe, take some time out from this thing that you want so badly, and turn your attention to more positive things. And what you'll find is that the thing that you want so badly will automatically come to you without even trying. So I hope this has meaning for you when you actually get to see this on my YouTube channel. Oh, thank you, Christina. And you know what? That's what I keep telling everyone. You know, a lot of people will say to me, I'm sorry that you lost your grandchildren. I'm sorry you went through 50 years of abuse. But you know what? Then they get shocked when I turn around and say, I'm not sorry that I went through that. Because had I not gone through that, how on earth would I be in a position to help other people going through abuse? To help other people who have lost their grandkids because all they wanted to do was protect them from abuse. To protect vulnerable children, vulnerable adults. I have a son with autism, and I will fight hammer, tooth and nail for his rights to be treated fairly. And that's what we do. But had I not had an autistic son, had I not had my own disability, how could I help other people with disabilities to believe in their capabilities? My sight is very poor, I see very little, but my third eye vision is acute. So for all of the senses that I may have lost, I've gained the most important sense of all, the sense of being able to see and communicate with spirit and to help others. So, you know, yes, I've lost my grandkids, but I saw it coming because of I can see the past, the present, and into the future. And because I saw it coming, I was then able to tell my grandchildren that their parents were going to stop contact. And if that happened, to always know that Gran is here for them when they are old enough to make up their own mind and come and see me. They also know about my Lady Moonlight YouTube channel. And I know that they watch all my lives that I post on that channel. And I know that when they watch me talk about them and how much I love them and the fact that I know that they're coming back, they know 1000% that their Gran loves them, no matter the lies that their parents are telling them. And they know that when they're old enough, they can come and knock at our door and be welcome with open arms. As for the abusers that are continuing to abuse them, in the long run, they lose their children because their children walk out on their life. That's universal karma for you. So I use my experiences, whether they be negative, whether they be positive, to help others. And that's who I am. And I don't apologize for that. You know, people take me for who I am. If they like me, they like me. If they don't like me, then there are other readers out there. It's fine. Oh, thank you. But you know, I have good friends around me, including my dear friend Tracy there. If Tracy hadn't inspired me to come on to TikTok, I would have met all you wonderful people. So a huge thank you to Tracy as well. Credit where credit is due. But that's what we do. We build each other up. Women supporting women. And that's why I started the Purple Hearts Unite movement here on TikTok and now on Facebook. It's whenever you see a purple heart, that is somebody that supports Purple Hearts Unite. So any abused woman, man or child, seeing a purple heart on the top corner of somebody's profile will know that person has 2 ears that will sit and listen without judgment and that will sit and help. And anyone can support the Purple Hearts Unite simply by putting a heart, purple heart. You'll see on all my posts, all my readings, I have a red heart and a purple heart. The red heart is support for support, right? Supporting those that support me. So if you follow, like, and copy my posts, etc., I'll do the same for you. It's about building each other up. It's about supporting each other up. The Purple Hearts, it's about telling my story so that I can inspire and help others who are going through abuse. Because at the end of the day, the authorities, the law, the police, social services, the very authorities that are meant to protect the vulnerable from abuse and bullying have let them down. And when that happens, we have to unite as one and stand together. We are not victims of abuse. Far from it. We've survived that. We are darn warriors. And we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, an army of warriors that stand together and say no more abuse. And we will not stay silent so that abusers can stay comfortable. We will shout it from the rooftops. And if you attack one, you attack all of us. And that's who I am. Oh, thank you. Yeah, definitely. You know, if the law and the authorities can't help us, we help ourselves. And we shout it from the rooftops. Sometimes, you know, we just got to roll up our sleeves and get the job done ourselves. If nobody else is gonna, you know, who else, you know, we got to rely on our sisters and our brothers because men get abused as well. I once knew a man who eventually got rid of his wife, but his wife battered him black and blue. And it's hard to believe, right, that a man can be abused by a woman, but it does happen. It's not just us women, it's not just kids that get abused, men get abused as well. I had a gentleman on my life not so long ago, and I was mentioning the Purple Hearts. And bless him, he turned around and says, does that include men as well? Because I have been abused all my life. Yes, of course it does. Abuse has no gender. Men get abused. Young boys, young girls get abused. Women get abused. It doesn't have a gender. But together we can stand and we can say no more. And we will not stay silent so that abusers can stay comfortable. And anyone can support the Purple Hearts. Every post that I do, I put a little purple and red heart. Purple heart, as I said, for a place that people know that when they see the Purple Heart, oh, I can go to Lady Moonlight, I can go to the Mystic Witch. And I can jump in the Mystic Witch's DM box and say, I'm really having a hard time, I'm going through abuse or whatever, can you help me? Yes, 1000%, I will be there to help, even if it's just for a listening ear. My Facebook group is a private group. My friend Tracy's in there as well. She's one of my admins in there. We have strict rules that anything shared in that group stays in that group. You can come along to that group and share your story without judgment, without people putting you down, without people telling you you're wrong or accusing you of things. It's a safe haven for venting, for just getting it out of your system. And it's a community that I hope will build an army of strong women, strong women. So I just wanted to get that in there before we finished tonight's readings. Okay, do we still have Best Looking Fat Kid? I love that name. That speaks self-confidence in itself. Best Looking Fat Kid, do we still have that? It is, very much, Christina. Hello, Elliot. Nice to meet you, and thank you for being so patient. What is it they say? We leave the best to last. I hope you've been enjoying the readings tonight and the live. It's so nice to have you here. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's shuffle these cards for you and see what our wonderful animal guides have in store for you. I'm just going to get the energy flowing through these cards. So come on, guides, give Elliot a message that will help him today. Okay. So I'm just going to split these cards 3 times 3 and see what message the animal spirits have for you today. It's been so lovely meeting new people. Every time I come live now, I meet some amazing new people and we all become friends. It's an amazing community, I guess, we've built here on TikTok. I guess it has its downsides as well. You know, we have people trying to steal our accounts, etc., etc. But my account's the only one. I don't have a backup account. I never will have a backup account. This is going to be my one and only account. And if it hasn't got a clickable website on my bio, it ain't me. If I'm jumping in your DM box, asking for readings, money, or healing, or anything like that, it isn't me. So yeah, I hope that helps. I like to stop people from getting caught with the fake accounts and the scammers out there. Oh, our lovely friend, the otter. The otter message for you is surrender. Okay? Let go of control. All right? I feel that you have had a pretty tough life where you feel you put the barriers up. Does that make sense? It's like you have to feel that you're in control of absolutely everything. And sometimes when you do that, you put barriers up for others to be able to reach you. Okay, I feel you've been hurt in the past through others' judgments, whether that's through hurtful words, whether it's been through bullying, whether it's been through some kind of abuse of some kind, because sometimes bullying comes under the umbrella of abuse as well. And we can either, when we're going through that, we can either hit rock bottom and just curl up in a ball and, you know, hide away from the world and suffer in silence. Or another way that we deal with it is we build up barriers to protect ourselves. And we have it allows us to have trust issues. We find it hard to trust people. So we put those barriers up. But those very barriers are also they can also be our prison, because they block out the outside world, but they block out the ones that want to love you for who you are, flaws and all, scars and all. So sometimes building a barrier is a good thing, but at other times it can be a bad thing too. And it's like it's like I have to fight or flight, and I choose to fight, if that makes sense. Yeah. Exactly. And when you're in a bad relationship or a tough relationship, it's hard to trust another relationship. It's hard to think because in the back of your mind is, am I going to go through that again? Am I a magnet for abusive relationships, mentally abusive relationships? Am I going to, I don't want to be hurt like that again. So it's like, no, I'm taking control here. I will never allow anyone to break down my barriers. I will never allow anyone in to be able to mentally manipulate or control me again, ever. Right? But we don't have to be that way, is what the author is saying. So the author is saying it's time to break down those barriers that you've built up. Yes, have a certain degree of protection, but also learn from your past relationship. You already know the people to avoid, the relationships to avoid. Use that knowledge to move forward into a better relationship, right? You already know the signs. You already know the personality of the person that mentally abused you in a tough relationship. So you can use that to your advantage for future relationships. And you can look for other traits that are not abusive without building those barriers and shutting out others from loving you for who you are. Yeah. And sometimes that fight rather than flight can be enough to scare others away, right? So it's like, oh, let's not go near him because he's not approachable. He's not this or that or the next thing. I found it was the most terrifying thing to leave my ex and take a chance with a new relationship. But the thing that I knew was that the minute that I saw my current partner, my intuition told me, this is my soulmate. I knew by looking in his eyes, he was the one that I was supposed to be with for life. And I had no hesitation but to leave my ex. He gave me the strength to leave my ex. My ex still tries to stalk 8 years on, but my partner stands firmly by my side and protects me every way that he can. But at the same time, he doesn't smother me and stop me from doing what I need to do. He knows how important my path for helping others with my reading is. So he gives up his time with me so that I can help others. And in return, when I'm not doing lives and I'm not doing posts, he gets my undivided attention, but he gets my love and respect too. So there is life after abuse, and we don't always need to fight to get that, right? We can walk away. We use the flight, and that doesn't make us cowards. Far from it, right? It makes us strong in the mind because we can walk away from negative people. We don't have to be aggressive to protect our space, right? That's exactly what the abusers that gave us years of abuse want us to be. They want us to show the world that we are this mean muscle fighting machine, when really we have got hearts of gold. We are genuine people who have a good heart. So that good heart means that we can have the inner strength to say, no, you're not my type of person. You're not coming into my life and bringing me down. So bye, Felicia. I wish you well with your life, but I'm moving on. That's not being cowardless. That's not being cowardly, should I say. That's not being weak. That's an inner strength to say, I'm not going through that anymore. I don't have to fight you to prove that, but I'm not going to be going down that path anymore. I choose peace and love and light over abuse. And if you're coming into my life to try and control me or abuse me, the door is that way. Because I'm now setting my boundaries. Set your own boundaries and stand by them. Retreat from fighting. Sometimes, the otter is saying it's time to retreat. Doesn't mean to say you've lost the battle. Far from it. You've actually won the battle because you are being one step better than them, if that makes sense. The right person is out there for you. You just need to break down that barrier and retreat and just be you. Show the wonderful you that you are to the world, and the right person will find you. So I hope this helps. Yeah. You want to know how to break trust issues? Follow your gut. Your gut instinct will tell you if that person feels right or that person feels wrong. Never listen to the human brain. The human brain is the most deceiving thing on this universe. Follow your gut instinct. Our natural intuition, our natural gut instinct is our guiding system, and it's also our protection. Like every animal, every insect, every human being on this planet has intuition, right? When you look at a deer in the forest, when it's in the thicket of woods and trees, it's relaxed, right? It can hide amongst the camouflage of trees. But when it's out in the open, where it's vulnerable, you will see its ears flicking all directions. It's listening. It's watching. It's listening to its gut instinct. And it knows when to run. It can sense and feel danger, just as much as it can sense and feel safety. And we are all capable of doing that. We just have to tune in to our natural intuition, to that inner voice, that gut feeling that tells us it's right to do something or it's time to walk away. You're more than welcome. I'm so glad you got this message. Okay, and that brings us to the end of this wonderful reading session. It's just flew by. Thank you to everyone, honestly, from the bottom of my heart for joining me. Thank you to my wonderful moderator and dear friend Tracy for doing the work behind the scenes and keeping things going and picking up on the comments that I have missed. She's a wonderful lady. Please give her a follow. What the Fire Truck. She is, or I Am Life Babe. She is amazing. And if you're looking for somebody positive, go follow her. She's out of this world. And she's one of the reasons that I'm here on TikTok. Support for support. That's what the red heart stands for. So thank you all. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, blessings to you as well, Christina. Christina, you are wonderful. Thank you for joining me as well. Thank you for all the likes, for all the gifts, for all the follows, for all the support. I look forward to coming back and joining you tomorrow evening at 10 p.m. UK time with another card of the day, and also 7 more viewers will be picked for a reading. You'll find my other free readings list for my profile readings on my profile. It's under the pinned post, and anyone can ask for a card and be on that list. And you will eventually get a reading on my profile, and I will tag you in your own reading. So oh, you're more than welcome. You're so welcome. Happy to help. Okay, see you all tomorrow evening again. Have a wonderful, wonderful Thursday evening, everyone. And thank you so much for joining me tonight. You are all amazing. And never let anyone tell you any different. You know, be the light that you want to be in the world and that you want to see in others. Because it's only when we lead by example that we can build a better world together. So, thank you all. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Mwah. Love and blessings to you all. Oops. Come on, TikTok.